All right, I think this is live. YouTube says it is. So, I set up a campaign running a YouTube ad, sending people to my Discord server. This is the landing page, and so let me get all of the things that I might need to look at here set up. I'm trying to figure out what all this stuff means. Okay. So this is the ad video, and so it had 0 views, maybe 1 view before I ran the ad, and so now it has 5,000 views. So it doesn't really mean anything. Getting views on a video is, well, I spent $10, so it might make it look better, but it doesn't really mean anything in terms of well, it does help the watch time a little bit, I suppose, because there's this whole analytics thing I can click on here. And so here it says 197 views. I don't know if this just hasn't updated or if this represents a different number. The watch time is interesting. I think that's actually a lot. I don't know if there's an average. There's all these things. Oh, average view duration only 2 minutes, so that's not a lot. So yeah, it's kind of strange how it says 5,000 views here, and then only less than that. No, I mean, these things are often on some sort of update loop, so maybe later I'll check back in and see if it's still doing that. But then I have this thing here, and well, okay, so first let me show you this engagement. If we scroll down to audience retention, there will be a fall off curve here that represents the kind of watch time in the first few seconds of the movie. The timeline is sort of based on the timeline of the video, so 24 minutes. Well, I can show you what it looks like by going over here, because somehow I linked the YouTube channel. I think that's how this is able to pull this in, is that it's because I linked my YouTube channel to Google Ads. I'm able to see this data that is, for whatever reason, not showing up in the video analytics page yet. Well, so there it goes. Processing can take up to 2 days. It's there, they just haven't shown it to me yet. It's kind of strange, but this is what it looks like. It's pretty normal, especially for ads that are being skipped within the first. So that's actually interesting. So there's still 26% of people 10 seconds in. So they're kind of giving me a shot, but it's still falling off just crazy fast. And but if they're gonna watch 30 seconds of it and then give up, I'm kind of surprised that those people who watch for 30 seconds don't stick around for a little longer. And or even these people who watch for a minute, maybe they just realize that it's kind of not, well, it's a little bit of a waste of time. And that is definitely what I need to work on, is tightening these things up. But I will get better at that in time, for sure. And with practice. But yeah, so then we get to this 4% watched for 2 minutes, and it goes down to 2% watch the whole thing, which is actually, you might think that okay, after it's going to keep falling off down to 0.001% by the end, but maybe they minimize this, and 2% is the lowest number they're going to show you, so that you don't feel terrible about that nobody actually watched it. So that's actually a good question. I guess the general point is I don't trust the numbers. A lot of times the numbers just seem off, maybe because of a timing or reporting issue, but there's so many numbers, and what it all means is just kind of I don't know. I don't think anyone really knows. I think there's so much data, and I don't know, maybe some people figure out some of the things and it's somewhat verifiable, and they kind of get if you're a marketing expert and you deal with this stuff a lot. Also, so the whole Google 360 marketing platform that I'm aware of but don't have access to is a little bit, I don't know, disconcerting too, because it's like, am I using the right tool? Am I missing out on features? And, or, you know, now the $10 I spent so far, let's refresh this and see if it's updated. Was that 1056 or was that something else? I can't rewind my video. If that 56 wasn't 56 before I refreshed it, oh man, I don't even know. I could check that out if I watch my own stream and rewind it. Can I go to my, you know, let's see. It does say I'm live streaming here. Oh, let me get all of the things. Oh, let me get, I'm gonna mute it. Wait, what? Oh yeah, okay, so I think this is right. Where is, hey, it was 10:54. That's crazy. Okay. This is the live stream page for YouTube. There's so many screens and so much crap. It's so, oh my god, it makes me sick. It actually makes me sick. So, yeah. So this average view duration is kind of a similar idea to this thing here. It's like, how long did most people watch it? It's saying on average it was 2 minutes or something, and that's actually a sign that maybe there are quite a few people, because if there's, you know, yeah, I don't know, it could be worse, let's just put it that way. And so there's the well, so I guess the thing that I was trying to figure out here is, wait, what? This thing says 138 views? It was at 5,000 a second ago. Okay, so now it's back to 5,000. I'm losing my mind here, folks. Yeah, so how do we get from 5,000 views to the analytics, which say there's 197? Again, this could be a reporting thing, but okay, so then we go to the ad data. And we have, so the 15,000 impressions, I think this thing is putting this in different placements, and meaning, well, I thought I had tried to switch it. So this in-stream, you see this pop-up says skippable in-stream. The in-stream YouTube ad basically means it's taking my video and putting it in front of another video that you can skip. That's why the drop-off is so strong, because people are skipping. And a lot of these impressions are coming from India. I actually went in and excluded India because, like, it doesn't seem to be working, and I tried to exclude mobile because I think the click farm I think there's mobile click farms in India where they have rooms where there's just thousands of phones and people are like clicking on ads so that they get paid. They're using their own apps and clicking on the ads so they get paid. They're gaming the system. So I think a quick way is just to, not that I want to completely ignore mobile users, but whatever. I'm just going to try it out and see if it works. But yeah, okay. So I don't know if there was when I was setting this up, there was all kinds of, I don't even know how to check the insights. When and where ads were shown. Okay, where were ads shown? Devices. I want to know, like, the placements. Like, was it on YouTube? I think they're all on YouTube. Okay. Now there are, wait, but this says 1,400 impressions. So maybe this just hasn't updated, or the date is, oh, all time. Yeah, it should show it, but maybe, again, it's just like a reporting error because it doesn't update quickly enough. But yeah, so then there's 722 interactions. There were, wasn't there? There's something else. What was I looking at before? Campaigns. There's so many different screens. There was a number of clicks. I think it was, yeah, 145 clicks right here. So that means 145 people clicked the link. And I said in the video, you can click the link to go to this page. And So, all right. So then my next, I should fix this. This link is not super useful. It was this thing I was working on, and I was just testing to see whether a link would work there. Let me go real quick and fix that. So this is my server settings. I think it's on this promo page. That is the promo page. That landing page is called the promo page, and so you'd think that this is where I would go to find it, but I think it's under one of these other screens and one of these other tabs, and then bam, there it is. All right, so yeah, you can put links there, but they don't turn into links because Discord has not set that up properly. Okay, I don't love Discord, but that's what we're working with right here. Ads are running, many impressions, 145 clicks, no new members though. Sad face. All right, nobody's really looking at these things, so it's not that big a deal right now. I'm just trying to keep a log of what I'm working on. So this video could be part of the problem too. And it's not a good video, but it's kind of what I want to keep trying with right now. I mean, maybe I'm stupid to do that, because if this isn't working, then I'm going to be wasting money trying to be stubborn. I just want people to see this video because I think it's a useful place to start, and really people need to learn how to deal with me and my bullshit if they want to join my community. So it is particularly the people who are willing to watch something like that I think would be good to, you know, help me get started, because right now it's going to be kind of long and slow and painful. And so if you're not willing to watch, so this video is kind of a long rant.
So I can use the YouTube app to record a short video and it uploads.
It's hard to explain why what I'm gonna say here and why it's here, and it's an hour and 20 minutes. It's basically a rant, and I say all kinds of stuff, but it's sort of getting to know me, and it's like I probably should make it short and sweet and be more like, you know, encouraging to join the server, because I think a lot of people might watch that and be like, nah, not for me. But it's also sort of like, if I only really want people who are willing to see this and click join, I guess, in a way. Now maybe I won't have a choice. If this completely flops, then I'm gonna have to change my strategy. But anyway, so we got 5,000 views. That keeps resetting to 138 for whatever strange reason. Second time now. It's like, what the hell are they? This is why you can't trust the numbers, right? Like, it's possible they're doing some sort of update, and when they update, they get a new value, and that value gets patched into the right place, and that they're both correct values at different time frames or different scopes or whatever. But I would guess the 5,000 is more like the number of ad impressions, like the times that it's started that video in front of somebody else's video. And so that could be 5,000, which is actually really impressive that $10 can get you 5,000 potential views, if that's true. But the 100, well, so there's no way I got 145 clicks if it hadn't shown this, 14,000 times, 15,000 times. And yeah, cost per click at 7 cents is pretty damn good, right? I would do that, again, to get, but who's clicking it? That is the thing, is it's either these click farm. Well, but here's the thing: if these impressions are click farms and there's only 145 clicks, then it's actually a really small percentage of these people are the bots that are actually, because presumably they're only doing it to get the clicks, to get the ad revenue or whatever, and so maybe the bot farms when the mobile views isn't such a problem, but I don't know. I'm actually kind of surprised that even if it's, well, so also the 14,000 is like, is this in-stream ad views? Because this says 5,000. I wish the numbers would line up. I wish like this would either say 14,000 or 5,000, and then this would say the same thing. Like, that would give me a better idea. Like, okay, well, I mean, obviously somebody else could watch the video. This isn't the same number. This, but because it started with 0 or 1 view, I was pretty sure of that because I checked on it when I started running this. Then nearly all of those views are coming from the ad, and so that's like, which number is that? It's not really clear. There are some. Where was that? New bid strategy is learning. Yeah, so when I changed the mobile clicks and so I decreased the cost for the mobile clicks. So I went into devices, I went into this mobile phones. Wait, where did I click here? I don't even remember. I think I clicked this, then edit, then change bid adjustments. Now what's crazy is I decreased it by 100%, but that doesn't even show here. Wait, what? Where is that change I made just invisible? Like, does it keep it? And it seemed like it went through, but like now, where ads showed, placement, YouTube. Yeah, but this is wild. Like, why is this so less? Maybe again, it's just got to be an update thing. I really wish this stuff were clearer, and I don't know who's in charge at Google for designing these things, but like, this cannot be clear to most people, right? Like, I'm not a dummy. I mean, I'm not the smartest person in the world, but to me, as a user interface designer and developer, I don't approve of all of this bullshit. It's like, what are the simplest numbers? Like, put those first, and the best numbers, and I don't know, like, just organize it so it just flows better, so you know where to click to see the stuff. And it's like you can see similar stuff all over the place, and it's like, what is this hierarchy? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are sort of the same. I was gonna say 6 different like appearances of, well, and this is all just, it's like, oh, there's no kind of organization or this user interface does not build confidence about what goes where and why and like how you flow through it, and so it leaves you clicking around, like seeing all these things. What is an interaction? Well, let's see if we can find out. Ooh, okay, so this is interesting. This is when these tools can kind of like show their power, and you can 145 clicks. Can I change all these? Interaction rate. I have no idea what an interaction is. So that would be like, it's the interaction rate, I would guess, is 722 divided by 722 divided by 14.8. Wait, what? Oh, I'm an idiot. It's 722 divided by 14,800. Yeah, so 4.8%, and interaction rate 4.87%. So that's where that number is coming from. So once you have like what an interaction is, well, at least you have a number for it. Then you can calculate it, and it's like, okay, now I understand. Interaction rate based on the number of impressions, how many people, 722 is about 5% of the total, did something that's called an interaction. I think that might be watching it more than a certain number of seconds. And I think if we can find the help here, we should be able to find this in here. I don't like how small this little sidebar is. I really don't like these like helpful sidebars. It's just, they try and cram so much in there. It's not very well organized, and I just have such a low confidence. I've never, very rarely found what I'm looking for. So many times, like 90% of the time I'm at one of these sidebar things, I don't find what I'm looking for. And AI should help with these things. AI is actually really good at like reading documentation and helping you figure that stuff out. Anyway, so that's what I would do if I were making a Google Ads of my own. Just you wait and see. All right, so quick search help. What was I looking for? What is an interaction? Was an assist? No, that's not what I'm looking for. What's the difference between click-through rate and interaction rate? Well, I know what the rate is. I just want to know what an interaction's definition. Should have been the first. The main user action associated with an ad. Format. Clicks and swipes for text. Shopping ads. Views for video ads. Okay, so it's... well, if the video... And this is where it gets kind of weird. It's like there's a lot of definitions of what a view is, because... does the view have 5,000 views or 138 or 722? It is extremely unclear, if I haven't said that yet. It's actually maddening. Like I'm literally going crazy because I feel like life is gaslighting me and everyone's succeeding at doing all this bullshit, and it seems so bad, and like, I don't know, it's just, maybe I'm bad, and I am. I mean, like, my content is cringy and I haven't figured out how to succeed yet. And I plan on doing that. And I think I'm headed in the right direction, and I just need to keep pushing through. It's like life's trying to get me to give up through all this bullshit and failing miserably, repeatedly. Like, life wants me to give up. And I think that the answer is I shouldn't. I need to keep pushing through. Although, I don't know, maybe I've also wondered if maybe life's trying to give me a warning, like, hey, maybe you don't want to keep going down this road. But anyway, we'll find out. Maybe. I think there is a lot of responsibility with power, money, and I am trying to make money, no doubt about it. I wouldn't be spending money if I didn't want to make money. That's the whole point here, right? So maybe that's where I leave it for now, because I clearly don't know 100% what I'm talking about, but obviously this is not a great system, right? Like, it's disorganized, it's unclear, it's a lot of numbers, but like not in a way that instills confidence that you even know what these numbers are for. And I mean, I think there's probably people trying to think through, like, well, what can we do? What can we show? Where does it go? And how does it look? And they're trying to give you, you know, the data. And so, like, maybe I'm just taking it all for granted, I guess. But, all right, let's see. What other, can we add something here? Card options, daily. I wish there could, why can't there be another one here? I was trying to add one. Cost per click. Clicks, impressions. That's the 14,000. Yeah, okay. Obviously, that's an important one. Click-through rate, views, 177. Where did I see that before? Did I have 177? No, this one's 138. I thought I saw that 177 somewhere else in the data. But if, wait, it said an interaction 723 was a view, and now it's saying there's 177 views. So let's ask Google. Google Ads. So this is like search context. You just put the, you know, if there's some category of thing where you want to limit Google searching to anything, everything, the only results I want to see must pertain to Google Ads. It's sort of like a prefix of the search. Like, only show me things relevant to Google Ads, and then, I don't know if the semicolon actually works. There are advanced Google search syntaxes, but doing advanced searches should be way better than it is. Like advanced filters and logical operators, and it's essentially querying a database. And Google is like the everything database, but they don't do a good enough job of it, in my opinion. We need a WebDB. It's another whole nother thing. Okay, so Google Ads. I would say view versus interaction, but I think we need a better search. There's no way that it figures out. An interaction is the primary action a user takes with an ad. Click on a text ad or a view of a video. Views, on the other hand, are specific to video ads and represent how many times a video ad has been shown or watched for a specific duration that they don't tell you. Both interactions and views are important metrics for understanding ad performance, but they measure different aspects of user engagement. Basically, Google doesn't know, and or it's not telling me. And I mean, maybe it's in here somewhere, but how long am I going to search for this fucking answer? I mean, somebody might be like, oh, hire an expert. It's like, well, I'm trying to figure this out because I don't trust experts. Don't always, anyway. And maybe I could do it better myself. And I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there are people out there who are extremely good at it, but they also are working for like, well, they're probably working for themselves as a freelancer for top tier marketing agencies. That's what I should find. I should find people to do a marketing mastermind. Where's my Discord server? And as a matter of fact, I've already made a logo for one. The marketing mastermind. Har har har. It's so stupid. Life is literally stupid. I've been working so hard and failing so hard. I mean, haven't figured out how to connect the right outputs to the right inputs and sequenced a money-making machine together, which is a business. And it's been kind of miserable. I guess it's the game of life. Okay, so we now have seen at least 4 different numbers for views. Well, potentially 5 numbers, because I thought the impression itself was a view. If it's an in-stream skippable ad, as it says, I think all of them are, although when I look at the, if I try and drill down to any of this information, I'm just getting even more numbers. So let's think about the ones we've seen so far. We've seen the two strange numbers on the video, the 138. Every time I click off and come back, it goes from 5,223. And then I click over and come back. Maybe it's probably like an update loop. It probably does it every few seconds. Updates that to 138. I don't know, maybe there's something different about these two. Maybe this one's a lie. Maybe somebody's just like making some shit up. But what does this 14,000 mean? Is this if it's the number of times the video was played, and I mean, like, it starts playing, right? Like the video ad just starts playing. So you have this chance for somebody to see your ad, like they see and hear it for a second or two before they skip it. I think that's the impression. And then the interaction is maybe they don't skip it after a certain number of seconds, and maybe the views is just maybe even more seconds. Like maybe this is like 5 seconds and this is like 2 seconds. Hard to say. But I mean, it does kind of show that most people after, so 2 seconds is actually way up there. That's 4 seconds right there. So it's still not instantly. You know, there's 95% of people have not skipped after 4 seconds. So that's actually a really good sign, right? Like, I'm surprised, but maybe their just reaction time is so slow. I think, I don't know, why does 2 seconds keep standing out in my mind? I probably read something somewhere. I don't actually know how these things work. I think usually you can't skip in the first 2 seconds, right? But you know, me being on camera, is maybe what catches people's
Never
attention.
really made a video entirely about the web,
but you know, people fall off pretty quick in the
OS,
first few seconds.
and so this is a rough go of it.
So I mean, most people shouldn't have any idea what I'm talking about right now, and from the look of it, you know, might not be something they're interested in. But you know, after 10 seconds, like, a certain number of people are probably curious, like, who the heck is this guy? What is he paying money for to get this ad in front of me? He's got a drill and a torch in the background and this thing that looks like a gas chamber. Which is a little creepy, not gonna lie. But yeah, you can see a little bit of my basketball bag there. Anyway, so what was I gonna say?
I'm not ready to.
A lot of different view numbers, and the seconds for each view is, I think, what is going on here. But why don't they just call this like 5-second views or 2-second interactions? Or maybe it's just, again, a timing thing, hasn't updated yet. But then I also I'm interested, like, if this 5,000 is so high because it's maybe it just hasn't updated yet. So maybe this 5,000 and the 14,000 are the same, and it's just a time delay. So if that's the case, because that's what I was wondering. I was like, okay, if the 5,000 is supposed to be representing every time the thing just gets even the first millisecond of playtime. So, boom, you hear me taking a deep breath in, bam, counts as a view, whether they skip it or not. I think that's what that means, and so it's likely this 14,000, this 5,000 is going to later become at least 14,000, hopefully. Okay, so then what do we got? Then we got to figure out what an interaction, and I don't know if this view matters. Like, I think, yeah, just figuring out exactly what these numbers are is important. But I'm trying to think through, like, what could this be? I think, so the click is actually clicking on the link thingy that appears. And I don't actually know what it says. Like, if somebody, maybe somebody wants to screenshot one of these things at some point, I'll try and pay attention next time I see a YouTube ad. I believe there's like a little bit of text. Maybe it's customizable, and that would be good to know. That is the button to click on. And I think that's the 145. So 15,000 people at least saw. But I mean, whatever the 722 means, it's a lot less than 15,000, and I think it's just kind of representative of this curve. And it's basically like, well, yeah, there was 15,000 views, which is way up here, but naturally, you know, this is what happens. It's not necessarily bad, and only, well, so about 8% watched for the first minute, and that drops to 5% for the second minute. I was moving around a lot there. Oh my god, moving your mouse 1 pixel is kind of a crazy. It's hard to do sometimes. You can do it, but then if I just take a deep breath, my arm moves a little bit. I can't laugh. That's funny. Okay, holy shit. Marvel Rivals is about having good mouse control, and I don't like it. I don't like playing those games. I'd rather just select my target and then push the button to fire the ability at the right time, and then work on positioning and timing and countering and strategy and all those things. Like, it's crazy. Albion Online is a crazy game. Like, that was what I was just thinking about. Like, any of those combat games. Well, Throne and Liberty I played is similar. Like, pretty much, there's millions of them, and they're all these highly sophisticated games that won't exist in 100 years, and yet they're extremely complex, and people kind of rally around them, and they become super popular, and people figure them out, and they're sort of like a complex game of chess. And so there's a massive number of rules and strategies and potential strategies. And I was talking about chess in the Albion Discord server. This is crazy. I'm going to write this down. Okay, let's open Notion. There's a new version available. Where did it go? Oh, it didn't come with Notion. Oh, yeah, I wrote this down for a reason, but where'd that go? Sorry, I'm gonna remind me later. It's not gonna hurt anything. It's just remind me later. I don't feel like restarting it right now, so I'm gonna take a note. What was I saying? Oh yes, the MAGA peeps don't play chess. It's like, how can you be so good at a game but not enjoy chess? It's more like a strategy game, like abilities, dynamics, which is basically like countering, strategy, winning, losing, like economy. It's a big part of those games. So chess is like the most essential just decision-making test, right? Like, can you think through the things quickly? Now, obviously, you have to build a chess brain. You have to practice to get to see the moves, because if you don't see it, you can't possibly. Yeah. So like, this is why I should create a chess club where we create helpful chess videos. I mean, I could do this, but like, I don't actually know all of the best chess things. My chess rating is 900, which is pretty bad because where's Sheesh? Sheesh, where's my Discord thing here? Let's send Sheesh a message. He was in the public chat. I think he said he was 1500. Rapid. I don't remember what rapid means, if that's the 5 minute or the bullet. No, the bullet is different. Rapid, I think, is 5 minute. Each time frame for games, like 5 minutes is a 5 minute timer is like a pretty good medium spot. Like it's enough time. Well, so if you get good at the 1 minute games, then you can go back to the 5 minute games, and it feels like you have an eternity because you just have so much time to think. Now, the problem is that once you start thinking, like, well, how many moves ahead? How many of your first potential moves do you then scan ahead with? Like, and how many moves ahead do you go? So it's like if there's 4 potential moves that, you know, you're not sure which one is the best, you kind of think through each one. And this dude is editing some video. Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably a lot of bots or something, or kids. Like, people who aren't serious about doing real shit with their life. Like, those are the kind of people I'm looking for if you're wanting to become successful. We should take a look at the proof application. This is the Notion link that I was linking to on there. It's a little messy. It's very messy, and it might not make much sense for most people. And I kind of went on a little rant here, and I wrote a lot. But so okay, this was actually at one point this wasn't part of the application. And then this section and this section and this section were all sections of the application. And I was just sort of, I wasn't really putting the right thing in the right. So it's basically just one long application where I wrote a bunch of stuff, and maybe he didn't read it. I would guess maybe he didn't read it. So like that was his proof that, you know, hey, we don't work with people who write long things like this. It's like, well, you're lost, buddy. But I sent him a strongly worded email that I suppose I could show here real quick. If I'm telling a story, I might as well finish the story. It's not finished per se, but where was it? To proof. Thank you for submitting your application. Here's our copy and pasted no thanks letter. I spent like 5 hours writing that thing, maybe more. Like, well, I was bouncing back and forth between doing a lot of things, but so it was at 8:30 at night. I didn't see it until late when I was like going to bed and checking my phone, and I sent him some kind of like upset words, but I was a little upset. 9 a.m. the next day, he didn't respond. And I sent him some more strong words, and then I sort of just spammed him 15 minutes later. Well, so I kind of went down, got a coffee, went downstairs and went to work and started like rethinking a lot of these things. And the web script, the web coin. He was like this crypto guy, so I kind of created that whole idea. Oh, just call it the web coin. These are kind of cool logos. They're very simple. I think there's like awesomeness. I was almost gonna say beauty. I don't know if I'd say beauty, but it's there's something great about simplicity. And these things are so simple because they're a very small number of design steps. But to make boxes lean sideways is not actually so easy, and kind of ruins some of the ease of editing, I guess I would say. So then when it comes time to make more, I had to actually resize all of these manually, which is something I don't have figured out how to not do with auto layout, but it's a whole thing. And you have to do layout differently, whether it's in Figma, and then once you move to websites, like the CSS, I mean, I think there are some things that if you set it up properly in Figma, like using the constraints and then exporting the code, it's possible that you can get things to stay in the right spot most of the time. However, when you want things to break and stack up, and you know, the mobile responsiveness thing. So here's the guy, by the way, if we're telling the story. Trent's on my shit list. Sorry, buddy. You denied my application. We could have helped each other. This guy's oh, he looks familiar for some reason. I can't put my finger on it. It's kind of like a cross between maybe several people that, like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. So JP's Telegram thing is, I guess they're into Telegram. All right, who made Telegram? There's like the Signal app, and is there an app called Signal? One of these is owned by some Russian guys. Who made Signal app? What? Don't tell me this is some sort of transsexual name. No way. Wait, what? There's no way this is true. This guy changed his name and like grew his hair out into dreadlocks and changed his name, like having a bit of an identity crisis. A cryptographer. Okay. Wait. Oh, I thought cartographer for a second. It's a cryptographer. Cryptographer would be a crypto bro, I guess. Okay, so he's potentially a really smart guy who understands encryption. Signal Technology Foundation. It says he's an American from Georgia. Seems a little suspicious. Maybe he's into the intelligence community or something. Getting into cryptography. I don't know, but there's like thousands of people who learn about encryption, right? That's crazy. This is one of these crazy, super, like, unbelievable things. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable how many people study extremely advanced. Oh my god, did you see that typo? That was advanced. Advanced. Is that what I said? Because that makes perfect sense right there. It's amazing how it actually works. Advanced. Okay. How many people study extremely advanced? I was going to say bullshit. And there's a lot of things that come to mind then, like can't get jobs, do bullshit, figure out how to make money. That's what I'm trying to figure out how to do. Okay, but extremely advanced stuff, like, for example, crypto, but, you know, CPUs, GPUs, engineering. I mean, advanced engineering is a massive, like, there's so many advanced things to engineer, like whether it's nano, CNCs. These are just, what was it called? Photon lithography. I mean, life teaches you that there is just massive heaping piles of tech bullshit. And that's crazy. It's the unbelievable part. And then it's like, how many of us are not super, oh my god, and how many of us struggle, suffer, suicide? That's sort of the big three, right? If you're struggling, it might get worse. And I mean, that might get worse. And so all of the smart people, where are all the smart people? How smart are you? Will you help me make money? I have good ideas. It's absolutely crazy how many good ideas I've been telling people and how nobody's willing to help. So this is just sort of everyone who's trying to hustle is trying to do their own thing. Everyone is hustling. No. God, what a bad word. Is it? No way. How do you? Is there? Oh my God, it is. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think I've struggled with that word a lot. Struggling with hustling. So, what is... Yeah? Can you knock before you open the door? If I have my door closed, it's probably for a reason, and I am recording something. I'm, like, streaming, so you're interrupting my video. Nobody's watching, but from now on, knock before you open the door, please.
Okay.
Do I know where a broom is? For what? For the dirt in your room?
Yeah.
You probably want a vacuum. Get the big vacuum. Do you know how to detach the hose? So there's like a little round hose, like a shop vac. Do I need to come and show you how this works?
No.
Okay, so get the vacuum, bring it to your room, plug it in. when you turn it on, you turn it on first, and then maybe you want to figure out how to do it before you turn it on. You want to release the hose and figure out how that works. If you can't, you could probably just vacuum up with the main thing, but it has that brush on there and it can kind of the dirt can kind of get all clogged up in it. You probably can just do that though. I would say it's fine to just run the vacuum over the dirt. Or if you want, I would use the shop vac thing. Do you know what a shop vac is? It's like a different shape vacuum head.
A tube?
Yeah, it's like a tube. And so it makes it a little bit easier to vacuum stuff up. But you choose. Okay? Do you know where the vacuum is? You should be able to find it. I'm sure it's plugged in somewhere. Check the closets. All right, where was I? Well, I was just thinking, like, giving my daughter a rundown on the vacuum cleaner is not really what I want to do while I'm trying to stream and teach people about making money. And, well, it's a little, I wouldn't say uncomfortable, but, like, I just felt like this is probably not something I want to do in front of everyone. And, well, I was second guessing what I was telling her. I was like, should I be explaining this, or should I just come and show her, or tell her that it's not a good time and not deal with it at all? I don't know. So let's try and get back into this. What's hustle? Going faster, going harder, winning. Like, yeah, I'd say those are all things. Okay, so what is going on over here? What are you doing?
Getting vacuum.
You're distracting me. You're making a lot of noise. My microphone can pick up all that noise. Whatever. Never mind. I don't care. I should turn on some music or something when I'm working in here. I wonder how that would sound on the stream. So let's figure it out. In fact, can I stream Spotify? The answer is you're not really supposed to, because, it's well,
hey, how's it going?
Whoa.
Your DJ X got all the music ready.
Pretty loud in my ear. So here's a crazy
some
thing.
familiar music. Memo Zeros are leading the way.
I like this guy's image. It's well, it says something. I don't necessarily like his look, but like this whole pose and his tattoos and the chain gesture, it's kind of interesting. But well, actually, I was just thinking. At first, I was thinking plain sound like out loud, so that it just kind of muffles. I guess the one thing that is good for is it muffles my sound. So if I put it through the speakers, let me do this real quick. Headphones. You guys probably can't see this because I'm doing it on my other monitor. Let me put this over here. And yeah, I was talking about this guy. You guys couldn't see it. Okay. I forget sometimes that I'm streaming and you can only see one monitor. What was I going to do? I was trying to put the so the speakers are my headphones. The thing that says speakers here. These are really this wireless headset. It's like this USB dongle thing, and this what is this? The actual speakers that are on it says headphones, but they're the computer speakers. They're plugged into the headphone jack. That's why it says headphones. So that's what I want. I hit play. Yeah. Now I hear it in my room. And the question is, how loud can it be? Also, I don't think I'm going to get feedback here because it's hard to think when the music's going. I guess I'll try and deal with it. It's hard to think for a number of reasons. Let me figure this out. Okay, so It's like out of focus. The lighting is terrible. I'm trying to get to refocus on the... I don't even think you'd be able to read that. I can hardly read it. I can't hold it still enough, but if you can't read what it says, trying to... Wow, webcam. This is an HD webcam. Like, what is going on here? Maybe the lighting? The light's not... It's just daylight. It is so bad. Like, the resolution is absolutely horrible. I mean, it's clear. Maybe it's too close, but like then you can't read it. Well, you probably know what these are by now, so that's going on. I don't know if this is a bad experience right now because I actually can replay. Stop the music for a second. And go back here and go back to the completely forgot about this guy. Oh my god. Alright, what was I doing? YouTube. The uncomfortable truth. What was I doing here, folks? She casting a spell, so it kind of feels like sometimes. All right, so, yeah, this guy was funny. I watched his video. All right, so I was gonna go to my live stream, but that is a different tab. Where didn't I have my studio thing open a second ago? I did. I remember. I think did I switch it over to a different screen. Oh no, it's this one. Okay, holy shit. But this is a different window. This is what happens when you use different Chrome windows. Like, how many do I have open right now? Oh my goodness. That's a lot. But actually, it's sort of like I should keep open certain things that I'm supposed to be working on this website right now, and I'm not. Seems like the zoom's a little off on this because I was messing with it on my other monitor. This is a little off. It doesn't work. I need to space this out better. Getting this header to work properly took a while. I got to still build the contact form. It's just an empty page right now. That is off for some reason. I don't believe that was off before, but I've made a lot of edits to this thing that I haven't. Oh, that's off. The texture is not supposed to be on there. I fixed a bunch of these things already locally. I just haven't pushed the changes yet. So this is an old version. But my buddy Bob, who built an addition on my house. Where's the... There it is. The whole page structure, this is all a lot different now. I should push those changes just so... I mean, I showed him that the website's sort of working and told him that I'd finish it, but it's just been this, like, spiritual battle. And I'm trying to make progress with my own stuff. And while, like, it's not that I don't need the money. I need the money, but I don't know how much he's going to pay me. And yeah, it's probably a bad spot for him because he probably needs his website done, and I've just been sitting on it. But I think it's coming together. I think it's a cool site. I built or designed his logo. It's come a long way, and I spent a lot of time doing it. So I should fix this thing up and get it launched. But he wanted some changes to it, and it kind of has fizzled out for a minute. And then I was on vacation, and it's taken a while. But yeah, so I have all these tabs open. Now I have another window over here. I think maybe I should close it actually because I just have too many of these open. So I leave this thing here, and I mean, it'll remind me to work on it. I don't know when I'm going to get time to do it. The problem is, I should tell this to Bob, like, probably will. It's going to take a really long time for me to do it. And I could try and find some quicker ways to get it done, like, that aren't going to take so long. It's not that... The problem is that it's not that I'm not willing to do it. It's just, again, I have very limited, like, focus. when it comes to these creative things, because I've literally been exhausting myself with design and development stuff. Like, there's a lot of ideas that I've been playing with, and each of these design things takes a different amount of time to kind of play around with it to get the colors and everything looking right. But if you're a designer, graphic design's not always so easy, and it takes a lot of time farting around with things, trying to get everything to line up right and get the right colors, and you get quicker at it, but then you got to know what to do. You got to know what to make, and it's hard. So this is actually a pretty good one. I should put this somewhere. Let me copy as PNG. I could tighten that up. Oh, why didn't that work? Oh, why doesn't this work? What the heck is going on there? I really don't know, actually. I could try and scale it, but oh, there we go. I just clicked on the wrong thing. That's really tight up there. I think these are all fixed position. I usually try not to use fixed position because you have to but let's frame this better. Let's move all this over. Ah! Oh my god. I guess we're just gonna go like this. I just need some space to stretch this out. Grab the wrong thing, apparently, or not. I think this there just needs to go over, because this only needs to go over a bit. We're just trying to give it some room to breathe. There we go. I'm kind of evening the spacing around here. You can think about the spacing here. Design is just about adjusting things until they look better and following some basic rules of padding, like don't have things right up against the edge. And obviously the size of this does matter sometimes. Right now I'm just kind of willy-nilly making this thing. It's actually about 1920. I usually try and do 1920, so might as well just resize. This needs to be a group. K tool to scale. It's like Infenzia. He goes super fast, like 10-minute design sprints. He does Blender tutorials. I've never seen anyone doing that in Figma. There's a lot of designers, but design process, seeing designs come to life, I think even doing a time lapse. I could do a time lapse on this. In fact, I could probably do it pretty quick. But well, so there's a lot of little steps. If I were to try and do this from scratch, let's say, okay, let's just whip out a frame. We can choose the background color with we can, I could just start copy pasting things, but okay, to do these, I think it was just pen tool to make a line, give it some size, give it some, can I do both at the same time? No? All right, round and round. Whoa, okay, so I don't know if I just, sometimes lowering the opacity, if it's gonna be a grayscale thing, can make it really flexible so that you can change the background color without redoing it. That's probably how I would do something like that. And then, all right, we're gonna hold Alt to drag to duplicate it, and then Control D should, spit out a bunch of them. I think, so these are the only items in this container. So if I click on the parent, which I could actually do if I have one of these selected, Shift Enter will go to the parent, and then hit Enter will select all children, and then Shift A to add an auto layout. And auto layouts by default are usually broken. You got to set them up properly, nothing's going to stick to it. You might not want this to stick to it. You might want this to be a hug. So let me show these two different ways to do this. So if we're hugging, height is set to hug? No way, it doesn't. Usually does. I didn't think it did that. Okay, so it's set up properly in one of the directions. And then if you wanted it to, or one of the methods, should I say, but it doesn't stretch. Okay, so if you wanted to make it stretch, then or you'll see what I mean in a second. If we want the spacing to kind of fit, I think what we need to do here is go to Auto, and then height set to fixed for frame. So before, okay, this one is like an automatic height. So the height of the box, if we were to put fill on there, and I just make it red, I guess, to make it, when I'm testing things, you know, it's just set something to red. Now I can see the size of this box. So I can see that if I click and drag, I fix the height, and it no longer grows with the content. This is what auto layout is. So that, you know, the background will fit. So these are fixed sizes. Not all the stuff I'm doing is auto layout, or yeah, I mean, so most of the frames for these video-sized presentations are fixed size, 1920 by 1080. It's the size of the standard desktop monitor. It's like kind of your full HD resolution and standard form. So I'd say that's a pretty good target resolution for video and presentation. But then you have the auto layout stuff that actually grows. Where was I? I was right here. I'm gonna get back to this in a second. What I was just thinking though, what I was gonna do a second ago when I got distracted about these, where was I? So it was interesting to stop by YouTube homepage. I don't like the shorts. Like, there's just a bunch of garbage. I don't like it on my screen. Okay, so yes, the live stream. I was going to go to the live stream, and then I wanted to see when I was playing Spotify. Let's see if I can catch the point in time that it was only a very brief moment in time that I was actually listening to Spotify. There it was. I think it's right about here. Let's hit play. Unmute. Bad. Whoa. Experience. All right, so I'm... It's hard to think when the music's going. So this is playing through my actual speakers right now. It's hard to think for a number of reasons. Where's my OBS? I'm lost. Alright, so I am streaming my monitor, so I just wanted to do... that's what I was talking about a second ago, right? That's why I was showing you those. Alright, so the question was about the sound coming through the speakers. It's hard for me to think this through, so let me take a note. It's hard to think this through. Watch this. Is it? It's cannot, right? Yeah. I always misspell that. It crosses it off. Whatever. It still looks cool. So this is like a to-do list, and you can cross things off when you check them off. But what if you just want a checkbox that's not crossed off because it looks cool? Well, I guess that's it. So you can do call-outs in this, and I think you might be able to change this to a check. Oh, that's cool. I've done that before, but that's actually really useful because, like, you can create visual meaning quickly this way. Yeah, a lot of people use Notion. A lot of people overuse Notion. Notion is cool, but it's hard to use efficiently. It's probably the best way to describe it. So there's... I want to use checkboxes here. I think if I use Windows period, it'll open up this emoji menu, and then I can get a checkbox. It's actually the exact same thing. Kind of cool, but it's going to be hard, I think, to make... How many spaces was that? 1, 2, 3? Lots of features. Can I Control-Shift-D? And not all use. Let's just say completely. And I guess it's probably worth saying that I'm getting strange deja vu. Sort of feels Manchurian. I'm not really sure what that means, except there's this movie called Manchurian Candidate where he's like pre-programmed to do certain things. So it's just kind of this feeling that, like, I don't know, this feels too familiar. Like I felt this before. Like maybe I learned this at some point. You know, just learn things about efficiency and features and ease of use and all that thing. I don't really remember though. I don't remember what I was learned. I can't remember what I had for breakfast. My memory is fading. Not always. Like I don't like I don't, or I can't remember most things. I mean, I would say most things, like many things. Like less relevant things, which is most things. Okay, that's hard to say. It's hard to think this through. What was I going to say? It's hard to think through. Oh, yes. It was the sound. So creating a proper title is important. That's kind of an idea in itself. So it's like, do I just leave this as its own note, or do I put notes underneath this? Well, right now, I actually want to talk about sound while recording. So where does it come? Where does it come from? Where does it go? It's very confusing. It's not just the audio, but also the video. It's very confusing when you're live streaming. You can get, well, your wires crossed. Let's just say, because it's like, what am I looking at? You know, like, ooh, Hall of Mirrors is, you know, very common, but like there's a lot of things. There's the reality test. So it's like, so what I do is the high five. This is what I used to do. I'm even struggling to remember what this means, because this is this little system I created to give myself a high five. Okay, here's how it works. If you give yourself a high five, I'm going to move OBS to my other monitor for a second, so I'm looking straight ahead while I do this. If you look in a mirror and you high five yourself, then it looks like the other person, yourself, well, the person standing in front of you is high fiving yourself, right? Your hands meet up. But if you're looking at yourself with the opposite, the horizontal flip-flop of what a mirror shows you, which the mirror shows you a false image, what you really look like is a flipped version of that. And so when I'm giving myself a high five right now, my hands miss. It's backwards also. So like when I move my hand to the right, this hand is moving. It's hard to explain, but it's when I give myself a high five, my hands miss. So is that the right? This is really confusing to me because I see 4 hands in front of me right now and they're all facing different directions. Yeah. The whole flip-flop thing, the Hall of Mirrors effect, and then just like a lot of times I get confused because I'm like watching a video of what one of my screens might look like, and so I'm not sure if it's a video or a stream or current or past, or like sometimes it's just like, wait, oh shit, I've got my wires crossed a little bit, and it's understandable because there's just so many things, and they're not very clearly laid out. So it's interesting. OBS says this is a 1 hour and 13-minute stream. I guess it could have just recorded the starting time. I wonder if that's part of the specification, like the underlying technology that allows the stream to happen. This is another crazy thing about life. It's actually crazy. It's maddening. Like, how many high-tech, complex systems there are where some smart people completely figure them out and then act like other people are stupid for not. Like, one thing that came to mind is absolutely maddening, like completely overly complex, is the U.S. Customs, let's just say exam. Like the whole customs system, you have to take an exam to get certified as a U.S. Customs, like broker, agent, or whatever. And it's largely about just stupid stuff you should never have to memorize, like how to categorize imports properly. And it's like a Bible full of like every product you can think of, and down to like how many buttons are on the shirt. And it's like, that's literally how crazy it is. And this is what we're spending our money on. Like, it's an inefficient business. You don't want to manage those. Well, you want to set up a system that manages itself. The way they have it set up, it's like we must be paying people time to manage all of these things, and either we're paying way too much to overmanage something that could be managed like kind of with a system, a proper system where the crowd can manage itself essentially via feedback systems, right? So you need a new category, like we need to differentiate between these products and these products. Well, you'd ask why, and that's really maybe part of the problem, is that it's people who are carving out their little economic favors from the government by lobbying and getting people elected and playing, politics. That's what it's about. And I think that's why it's so complex, is there's a lot of people playing that game. Maybe. And that's bad too. So U.S. Customs. Oh, let me go back to the screen if we're talking about this. I could try and split it, but I don't know if that's even... I tried to set that up once. Oh, I do have a split thing here. That's pretty cool. I flipped it though. Why did I flip it? So now it's a mirrored image, and now it is, I don't know, what I see when I look in the mirror, so it's a little bit more familiar. I don't know, I've been doing the real one a lot too, and also the orientation of like on my screen left to right. It's way more intuitive for me to point at things on my screen when it's like it's actually right there visually, instead of being backwards. I guess is probably it's a little bit on top of my face. I could move it over a little bit, but then you can't see the edge of the screen. I could shrink it, but then everything gets smaller. So you don't really need to see me, do you? Like, why not just go this way? Okay, so tech, all the tech, but like it's mostly this. Like, how many people just... Okay, it's like when it's bad... Oh my god, my hand hurts. Why does my hand hurt? When it's bad... And so many people act like it's not. This is like for like a system. This happens to me day in and day out. Is it's like I get frustrated with something. So like I get frustrated with something because it feels bad, seems bad, is logically unnecessary or broken, I guess. Like, it just dealing with all the things that people have to deal with, whether it's like, well, it's just big companies, and a lot of times it's big companies or government. It's like, okay, you guys have so much money and have so many people working to get shit done, and generally, like, to be profitable, you have to be really good at getting shit done. So all right, that's maddening. You know what else is maddening? Not getting anywhere on YouTube. I mean, I'm not the best YouTuber, but obviously, my content is rough. It's unpolished. It's unedited. I've kind of worked on editing a little bit. I probably should whip that video out, spend a few minutes. I could do it on camera. Why don't I stream myself trying to edit? What about friggin'... What's his name? Arturs. Oh, he responded. So, these this response UI here with this arrow and this thing like way indented. So there's just text everywhere, and it gives me such a headache. I hate Discord in that way. I really want to make a better one. Alright, again, recommend you to do organic audience gaining, not ad audience. Do some topic related memes or just guide videos. I know good examples, but they are on Russian. I am currently finally gaining some views. So, all right. So what he did here is he made a comment that was not a response to directly to anything. he was just kind of giving me a comment. And then to respond directly to this comment, where I asked him editing some video, it's this one, right? It's just really visual. Like, I don't know. I guess this could pop up here, and the whole thing just kind of gets added to the. But I guess you can't really have a chronological chat room and also put comments nested with another comment. I don't know. Maybe you can. Maybe you just have it be like. Yeah, maybe if the original is off screen in terms of the current timeline, like if it's on screen, you could put it in there and just put the time, and so you're gonna have a little jumping around time wise, but it's more kind of like logically oriented. And all right, I could draw this out in Figma. Should I do it? It's probably not a bad exercise, and I'm live, and I was doing some Figma stuff. So let's jump back here for a second. Oh my god, I just forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, so the nested comments. Let's see if we can grab one of these. These things take a long time to set up, just like a responsive box that's properly formatted, and I usually spend 10 or so minutes setting it up. I mean, maybe not that long, but choosing fonts, choosing sizes, making sure all the text wraps properly. It's kind of crazy. Anyway, nested comments. So I don't have like a user. How do the usernames appear on here? I think it's actually just plain text. But doing a lot of the plain text formatting with like spaces and different boldness and font size and font color to get these timestamps here that are smaller font, lighter color. That's kind of cool, actually. I like it. I like the small time. In fact, that's kind of what I was doing on one of these somewhere. Didn't I make like a... Yeah. This is old. These are correct date and times. I found this a while back and pulled it in here, but I used that somewhere. This. So then I had some timestamps like that. Did I have them over there? I did have some timestamps that are similar, but like on the page. And anyway, so let's see here. I was going to look for some sort of username thing. And Discord doesn't have... This is the problem with not using separate pages, but like a lot of times I want to be able to find it and kind of have a visual idea of where it is more than trying to name things. Like I do create other pages sometimes, but they're all... This one's an interesting one. I was trying to visualize some hard ideas, and that's a kind of a bad song. That's a whole nother thing. I do need to do that. I'd like to do it. I don't know how exactly to do it, but so this is going to be this could be a username, like Brox. We could capitalize usernames. Is it up to the user? Do you force them to do it? Forcing users to do stuff is usually not a good idea, but this doesn't really look like it's a chat message unless we were to do something more like... I should probably not get rid of this one. Let me duplicate and then pull this out. Or actually what I really need to do is not what just happened. I don't even know what happened. All right, I want to click on the one that I want, and then I alt drag, and then I only need like, this is my chat message. And I put that right after it. Or you could do something where you go inside and put it right there. It's way too big then. This is maybe better. That's about the same. This could just, we put more space there. We could, so the coloring, when you have a color background, I usually don't like it. I think it'd be way better to have this either just white and probably no shadow, just to keep it simple. This could then be either a color. Does this have effect on it? Drop shadow. Yeah, let's just clean it up, keep it simple. Why is this background not aligned here? That's really strange. What? It's got a border. A left-only border. It's because it's this box. So I was using this border color to make it look... It's kind of like an edge shadow. Just slightly, but it almost looks slightly 3D. Like you can see a little bit of the edge. Not really, but maybe. I don't know. So that's what that is, and I don't want it. But I don't know if I want the corners rounded yet, because I think this is more like supposed to not have a background. In fact, you could kind of just pull these out of there, but then this probably doesn't need to be this color. Getting the right sizes for these things would be maybe useful. I don't know. Okay. I kind of think the name this should be smaller because it's seems to be competing a little bit, but just for like prominence, I don't know, but maybe not noticeably. See, this is the thing, is you can kind of play around with these sizes, and it's not 100% always clear. I think you want to come back to these kinds of decisions like day after day. I generally think keeping things the same size is like a good starting point, just so you can like have a baseline of like, okay, is this, when they're the same font size? Oh, this is a different font. That's also partly part of it. If we were to make this the Montserrat font, it's a little bit more, it's a little chubbier. It's like shorter and wider. So this also could be, these are not aligned properly. Sheesh. There. You want the baseline of the text to be aligned. I think if you're doing like a box, you probably, and they're different sizes like this, I think vertically aligned rather than, so top aligned, middle aligned, bottom aligned. Let's make this one way bigger just so it's a little bit more clear what I'm talking about. You can then do text align. Align text baseline. And it actually does change this to like this A here. Wait a second, but yeah, okay. Then you can, wait, what? But how do you want to align with the baseline, but you don't want the baseline necessarily at the top, do you? Potentially use like padding to manually adjust it, but you don't want to manually adjust things. You want to set things up properly so it doesn't really matter how big they are. What if you want this centered? Okay, we can go, if this were, oh wow, okay, yeah, so all right, that's what this is doing. Is it's, if you make these things smaller so they're not actually stretching, they were filling the width so that they didn't actually move. If you make them smaller, they can actually move with this control, and you can kind of see what that's doing. But I thought there was one above, and the one below cancels it and goes back to center aligned. So, oh, what you could do, this is what you would do. You go sometimes using an extra wrapper. So I just put these into a frame. I'm going to then go to text align, and now they're center aligned. I can't even explain what that problem just was. Like, it's basically like these are, well, so the first thing I did was I wanted these to be, hold on folks, this needs to be fixed position so that I can draw it. I put it on a different thing, different frame, but the auto frame grabs things. You can't draw it in there very easily. If you draw a new shape in an auto frame, auto layout frame, then it grabs it and positions it for you. And it's like auto positions everything. And so it's hard to draw in those boxes unless you click this thing for absolute positioning, or ignore auto layout as they are calling it here, and or I could have just drawn out here, because that's all I really wanted to do is get a, but it probably won't snap. Didn't the one inside there snap? Snapping is another, yeah, it did. It just snapped onto that B, the bottom of that B. I think that's what it's doing. It's very snappy and very close to what I'm looking for. So yeah, that's the text text align. So this thing is text align baseline. If we cancel it and just do center align, you can see that there's this little gap here between the bottom of the letters. So we'll turn that back on, and it sits on the line. Not that you have to, it's just like if you were gonna, it looks a little off actually, right? Like it's hard to even tell that the bottom of this X and the bottom of this are in line. To me, it seems like this is lower. I don't know. Is that just me? Like, maybe because this one is so smaller, then it kind of has this downward kind of slope to it. Maybe not like that, but maybe like this. Why is it giving me that? Just what? That wasn't. What is going on here? There's no way. Are we zoomed out so far? Zoom 171. There's no way this stroke is. Did I only have 1 point? So I just started clicking and dragging to make a line. This is the pen tool. And I've used this a million times before. Oh my god, there it is. It's still on the shadowy. And it is 155. But I wasn't making a line because I only made 1 point. Oh my god, why does it keep going over there? The universe wants me to finish this design. I was going to paste it in the Discord. I should. But I'm not going to jump over there right now. Alright, so where was I? Oh yeah, I was trying to make the line from here to here. But I don't, this is a control handle apparently, and I don't want that. I want to click first and let go, then click again. Alright, now I click the V key to cancel, which is basically to switch to the arrow tool. And this isn't like a precise line, it's just measuring generally kind of the height of letters from this B down to that E. And because the B is definitely taller than like the T and obviously the E, you have this downward slope, and maybe that's why it looks like, I was saying, that the bottom of the, why? I'm clicking R. Oh, I'm selecting, so I'm in the, I was in edit mode on the line, and so the other tools aren't going to work. I'd have to double click or escape or something to get out of there, and then I can click R and get the rectangle tool. Can make it darker so you can actually see it. And I was basically just trying to talk about oh yeah, if I want it to snap, I have to go in here and then click on this and then bring it over here and bring it down. And it might jump out on me if I'm not careful. If I hold the shift key, oh, it did jump out on me. What? This is inside, right? I'm losing my mind. Yep, it's inside. Okay. Sometimes things can jump out if you're holding shift, I think, or is it space bar? I forget. You can hold a hotkey down to, as you're dragging something, prevent it from jumping in or out of another frame. It's kind of useful to know. It's one of those like band-aid fixes for like a tricky drag and drop system. But yeah, so this is level, but it doesn't appear level. That's all I was saying. So I was trying to illustrate it. We don't need these anymore. And I don't know. I actually don't know if that should just be, after all this, maybe it should just be center aligned. That looks better to me. But if we were to try and do some sort of, the way they changed the way this all looks and move things around. I had to get the new UI 3 recently. By the way, I'm realizing I moved my microphone mount to be a little bit further away, and now when I'm facing the second monitor, my microphone's like behind me. It probably sounds quite a bit better now, but because I scooted back, moved the microphone in front of me, and I'm looking at it a little bit more, which means I have to kind of face forward and look with my eyes to the side, which is not extremely comfortable. I gotta fix my setup, but let me try and finish some of these things. So what I was thinking about is, well, so I didn't really grab, let me see if I can grab that timestamp real quick. Where were those thingies with the timestamps? So I don't have to reformat this, and zoom back out and go over here, paste it, way too big. Okay. This needs to be auto-sized. And yeah, these definitely should be a group. We can shrink the space. We can Probably left align. Yeah, this being so small, how does... Let me just take a screenshot. If I'm... Keep coming back here, all I need to do is hit print screen, grab the... nearly the whole thing. Wow, that alert sound was really loud. You can't see it because I got the notification on the other monitor, but the snipping tool sends like a Windows notification as if I really need that. I don't even know, the notifications then slide off the screen and disappear forever, and I can't usually find them, so they're kind of annoying and not very helpful. I think we need to figure out better notification systems for sure. So it's these things. They do seem like bottom aligned here. These do seem like the same text size, so we could just kind of copy that idea. Also, this could be, I think it's Roboto that was the other one. Whoops, why did, oh no, Open Sans. I don't know if I want to go Open Sans. I don't like some of the letters. Look kind of old-fashioned or something. Is that it? It's not terrible, but like, it just looks a little wonky. Maybe if I scrunch it up and squeeze letters together, spread them out. Usually you don't want to mess with these unless like you're trying to make something look better. I'm just gonna leave it at 0. Once you start changing things, then you're more likely to run into a spot where you wish you hadn't, I guess, is moral of that story. This could be, these should be the same size I said, right? So we'll go smaller, 24. Make one of these. How much spacing should go here? So this is a good example of like, I've talked about making a better Discord. Here's a decision that has to be made. That looks pretty balanced from these to these. I don't know if... Should this just be this same font here? Let's see what that looks like. I mean, I do kind of like the way Discord's looks, where it's bottom aligned and it's smaller. Well, I do also think just sticking with the same font is better, but so let's shrink this. And then let's, I think we can just text align the whole thing in the first tool. Stay aligned. Wait, what? Why isn't that not doing anything? Is it, it's not already text aligned? Or baseline, text baseline aligned, I guess, is like, yep, it's this one's floating above the line, and we're trying to get it to sit down on the line. It's just shorter font, and so naturally it should, we don't want bottom align. That doesn't do anything either. What is going on here with this? Now it's sort of doing something. But we do want this to hug, I think. This is set to centered. My headphones keep banging the frickin' microphone because of the way I have this set up. It's not good. How about... That's not what I wanted to do. Just trying to figure out why it won't text line or text baseline align. Are these all in the same frame? Yeah, all 3 of these are in the same frame, and but it doesn't seem to be doing it. Oh, jeez. Okay, so Control-Shift-G to ungroup this one. There were 2 frames, basically 2 wrappers, and sometimes I was changing settings on the wrong one. I didn't realize it. So it looked, basically the changes I was making had no effect because it was had an extra wrapper on it, if that makes any sense. So that's a little thing that can happen, and now I should be able to just put them on the friggin' baseline. Okay, maybe this gets a little smaller, and I can use the K scale tool to make the dragon, to resize. It's going to give you a really wonky font size. So then we hit V and we get 17.74. So there's only 20 and 16 on here. I'm not a believer that you have to follow these, like, but we're going to just if we wanted to reuse it and try and remember what we're doing. You can set up text styles. I just wouldn't really recommend it. I've never made use of them. It takes a lot of time to set up, and then you never use it. You don't want to create. You don't want to like recreate every color. Like you'll go in here and if you try and choose a color, you can go to like libraries, and it comes preloaded. No shit. The other day when I tried to use an Apple registered color, it made me like click a OK button or some sort of a I agree. I think it was an I agree button. I had to legally agree to use their color. I don't really remember. There's some iOS something. And there's so many pre-registered colors in this goddamn scroll thing. I don't know who thought this is a good idea. They've literally put a name for every single color that could possibly exist. And I guess if like you figure out a system that works and everyone can agree to it and you think it's better than nothing, maybe, but I don't know. This is crazy. I think it's better to just keep things visual. This seems like a management nightmare. Like do you have to remember? Well, at some point you have to find, like, look these up and use them. And I don't know how that workflow works. Like if you're really going to remember how to type those all in, or if you just want to use the frickin' opacity slider to choose your opacity and use the hue slider to select your hue and use the saturation slider. Like you want to control things in an intelligent way, not just digging through a frickin' list and having to overuse your memory capacity for remembering useless codes. That's what it seems to be happening with like Tailwind CSS. They've created a CSS class for like literally everything, and at some point you're like, well, I mean, if we have a unique CSS class for every single possible permutation of CSS rules, then I don't know. You're just rewriting the syntax, and then you spend so much time adding these little CSS classes to your HTML that you're kind of just putting your CSS in a different spot. Now maybe there's a system to it, and in the end it saves you time or something. I've never figured that out. So back to what I was trying to say. I was trying to make a nested UI appearance that doesn't have this funky line. So this message that he's sending to, they're keeping the time kind of like these timestamps very regular, which is, I guess, sort of a good idea. Like you want consistency, but just the way that it looks is like there's just so much information and it's not clear what's happening. So what I was thinking is, you basically, this is where auto layout can kind of just be a pain in the butt. Like if we were to just turn it off, which you can always do. Whoops. Doesn't have to do with this position, it's this position. Now I can put things wherever I want. I sort of just wanted to show, if you wanted to make a response, that you got to figure out, like, well, what does it look like? Let's say it's one of my other names, Hodensack. Let's see if we can use a different color just to differentiate. The timestamp could go wherever. I don't know. I think avatars is maybe better. In fact, I could steal. I don't really want this colorful one. I guess it's not terrible though. We want to ungroup. No. I select the wrong. Ungroup this, then click on this and get rid of it. Then click on this and get rid of it, and then Control X to cut, to remove it. Control V to paste it. Sometimes, nope, we don't want to do that. We want to use the K tool. Sometimes you don't have to use the K tool, but in this case, there are things that'll break. So if your intention is to scale, I'd always just suggest using the K tool to scale, even if, so like with shapes, you can create, or it's down here now, the shape key. You can make some interesting shapes with the shape keys. You can these are editable shapes, so that's kind of cool. This is a very kind of making the shapes into things that actually look cool is a tricky part. You can actually do it though. You can do some pretty cool stuff if you know what you're doing, and you can kind of layer things up the right way or get it to look right. But you got to do a lot of playing around with it. But anyway, the point I was trying to make is if this were a shape and I go to drag it, so I need to hold shift to lock the aspect ratio if I want to do that. But I don't need to use the K tool. I can just resize it. And there's some things that you can just resize. Images, you can usually just resize it, holding shift if you don't. So this now is locked. Has a locked aspect ratio. Can we click on this and lock aspect ratio, and then when we click and drag, okay, that works as it should. I think it was a little bit broken before, and now it seems to work properly. If I were to change the height by holding shift and pushing up, is it also going to change the width? Yes, it does. So it maintains that aspect ratio. You know, should these numbers, if you enter in a new number here, should it override the lock of the aspect ratio, or should it change the other one to match? Well, you can unclick it if you want it to work the other way. So I think that's kind of an interesting mode. It's kind of connected to the UI and these little controls here at the same time. All right, so we're going to K this to scale, bring it down. I think we're going to need to swap this to this color. That doesn't work right with the colors. You shouldn't have this color on the same background. But if we flop these colors around, maybe it'd work better. I don't know if that should go there. I'm going to not do that. I think what I was going to do is maybe fit it in here. Definitely scale it down. So a tiny face like that's probably not a great idea. I could just delete this one and only have this thing. I guess that's kind of what I was thinking. I also wanted to, or was thinking maybe I do the background, this white color, like a gray, so that it shows up in here. And then this text. So this is text baseline aligned. And so it basically bottom aligns this with the text baseline. That's not really what I want. So now I'm in a bit of a pickle here. I could try and absolutely position it, but then I have to like manually space this out using an extra wrapper. If I turn this back into the auto layout thing, I need to figure out a way to align it properly. Or what I could do, potentially, no, not that. Is this a group? No, it's a frame. But it's not scaling properly. Well, maybe I just need to frame it. Okay, I go in here, frame selection, drag that frame bigger. So that frame will now align with the baseline. That's not really what I want, though. This is a really tricky thing. The fact that there's a little limitation that I made for myself, that I wanted this thing to be aligned baseline, is kind of throwing this whole thing off and making it a lot harder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to Control Undo, adding that extra frame. I'm just going to go and set this to, whoops, no, click here, then here. Okay, center aligned. Now I'm going to, I don't know, maybe I should get rid of this and I don't know. I think the avatar alone is actually kind of cool. Might need to be a little bigger. I think you can kind of like overshoot the top and bottom of the line height a little bit. I think this is too spacey. But I don't know if one of these should be paired harder than the others. I kind of think this is too big. I'm at 175. Okay, let's zoom back out to 100%. If you hit the 2 key, or the number 2 number 2 number key. I don't know what I was saying. Number 2 key, and then 0 key. These are above the QWERTY keyboard. 2 0. So 2 is zoom to selection. So it zooms in to 156% or whatever the current, however big the thing is that you're zooming to. If you zoom into something small and push the 2 key, it goes to 3000%. I guess that's useful for, like, you know, I don't know, maybe that's more useful than I've realized in the past. I don't usually zoom in so far on things, so because you can't see anything else. But if you're doing like very detailed work, sometimes I need to zoom in. Although I'm usually, like, when I'm zooming in, I'm zooming around, you know, moving around and zooming in and out to kind of like, so you know, that, I don't know, it's not necessarily bad. But the thing that it does is it centers the object on your screen. The reason why that was going to be important for me is I was going to try and make time-lapse videos where I could, if I messed up something or was messing with something or just move the view, and you wouldn't want to create a time-lapse where the design is kind of like jumping around your screen as it evolves. You'd want it to kind of evolve in place. So you'd want it to be centered. So 2, 0, center something at 100%. That's kind of the upshot of both of those hotkeys. Is it centers it and puts it at 100%. So it'll get you a consistent positioning and scaling for your view. It'll reset your view to the, and it's 100%. So it's what users would actually see if you put it into like a web app, for example, like Discord. So this is actually looking pretty good here. I kind of like that one. And this, I like this font better for the Bibelbrox. It's kind of big. Are we still at 100%? Nope, I'm already at 103%. So 0 by itself will just go to 100% zoom if you don't want to shift your positioning, but okay, so I don't like this font. It's just really kind of bugging me. It looks just a little, it definitely looks too spacey. I don't know if that really helps. I think it does. -4%. -4%. And what else are we going to do? Yeah, I do like the avatar only one too. This was, did I make that smaller? I think I did. I think that's a good size. I don't think it needs to be smaller. I think it's kind of a balanced, like, anchoring thingy. We could, here, watch this. We could, why is this so big? There it is. We just want to shift H on that and then change the color. I didn't realize how like tilted this head was until I saw it tilted this side. I was like, oh my god, it's tilting its head so far. And this one was just kind of like, yeah, I guess it's not perfectly symmetrical, but maybe it's not that much of a tilt. I don't know, hard to say. But yeah, so that's interesting. This auto layout's not set up properly. I don't know. I think maybe I'll just create a new one. Shift A, add a fill color, control click in here to merge. You can merge these two together. So this is the horizontal padding, which is not listening to because for some reason it's at fixed width. Usually it did a good job at automatically setting that up. Let's see if that works now. Yeah, okay. So the horizontal padding kind of, the frame is automatically growing with the size of the padding and the content. And so you're controlling the left padding and right padding. If you're a web developer, we're doing left and right here, top and bottom here. If you control click in there, you get all of them. Now, if you've offset them a little bit like this, then they'll actually both just go up and down by 1 pixel every time, which, does that change the aspect ratio of the box or the content or the pad? I don't know. Yeah, the aspect ratio of all of these boxes is changing as I'm doing this, like a number of them anyway. Anyway, it's a thing. Well, I think because the ratio from so right now we have 0 and 17. This is wild. It's like remembering where it started and stuff. And anyway, it's probably not terribly easy to implement, but you can kind of get some interesting effects with this. If you want to zero them all out, you can hit 0, enter, and then if you click on this one, you're only doing horizontal. If you click on this one, you're only doing vertical. If we control click, 0, enter, 0 them all out, then control click in here, now we get a little slider that represents all of them. If you set, I'm not sure about this, if you set this and then this differently and then control click, you get all 4 numbers. That's how I got there, and you adjust them all 4 at the same time. You can zero that out then, and then it looks like you have to control click again, and then, yeah. So it's like resetting the padding and adding more. There's a lot of different ways to slice it. There's nothing wrong with adjusting them one at a time, but sometimes it's like, I don't know. It's kind of a tricky thing to do. It depends on It depends on the size of the content. It depends on the size of the container and where it's going. It's going to depend on like what's around it. And so there's a lot of these questions, and like the spacing is another thing. Like if you, and the alignment of in the parent is another thing. There's like all these questions about what it looks like. And does it, stretch properly? Like, you can, a lot of times when you start moving stuff around, you gotta fit it to the space so it looks better. Depending on what kind, like this gets pretty close. You just study all the little visual signals that it gives you. Like, is that good or could it be better? So you have all these little decisions to make. And I think that's how software and business and everything, technology, this is how it works. You got to make a lot of decisions. Life is decisions. Life is decisions. I don't know which one. There's so many of these different ones now. I guess either of these will work. Life equals tab, enter. There we go. I mean, the decisions in life are like gonna get you near or far, high or low, happy, sad, like winner, loser. Make good decisions, people. Play chess. God, chess is so crazy. Yes.
It's our lucky day, mate. I think Costco is trying to clear out the space of those kombuchas because they had a different.
I'm live, by the way.
Different kind of kombucha.
You want to say hi?
No.
Nobody's watching.
And those were only $5.97 a box, so I got 4.
You don't want to say hi?
No.
Maybe at some point. I mean, being on camera is permanent, right? You can't take that shit back. That's why it's hard to do. That's why my experience has been so bad. Is it's like I'm putting myself out there and nobody cares. Nobody cares. It's so sad. I mean, I'm not saying you have to care, but it'd be nice if like 1 or 2 people cared. No, I mean, I do. I have people. Well, I've paid some Discord people. I have a small handful of like people that I sort of sent them a message and asked if they'd join. But I mean, like the general population. I'd like to believe in humanity, and it's also sort of the technology, the marketing. I was thinking, trusting the marketing. That if I don't trust the numbers, then I don't know if I'm able to trust the results, I guess. So like, I know my video's bad, okay? I know it is, but it's because I was feeling bad and I wanted to tell people about it, and I talk too long sometimes, but all the things I have to say are crazy and important. So it's like, maybe somebody wants to listen, and I know there's people out there. There's probably tens of thousands or even millions of people out there who are struggling tremendously. I mean, I know for a fact. Well, I know everyone actually struggles to a certain degree at a certain time, and it can be overwhelming. But then we like to forget about it. Like, oh, leave me alone. Don't tell me about how hard life is. Like, my parents told me how hard life was. I don't remember how much. I don't remember what I was taught. Like, I know a lot of times I do remember things that I was taught. I just don't remember if I was actually taught it. Like, I don't have a clear enough memory of all of the things that I was taught. Exactly what was said. Did I learn it all at once, or was it like a little bit when I was young and a little bit when I was older? I don't know. Nobody, I don't think, has a perfect memory. I mean, well, shouldn't say that. There was a Netflix documentary about some kid who allegedly had a perfect memory. Or it was just a big lie, and it's a good question. Let's Google it. We should be able to look these things up, right? Let's flip back over. Click here, click here, click here. Netflix documentary about boy with perfect memory. I mean, this is actually crazy, right? No. I've never seen this. It was a young boy. The Boy Who Can't Forget. Extreme Memory Documentary. Might be. Is somebody... Hey, Leia. Come here. Come here, kitty kitty. Come here, kitty kitty. Okay. Hey, don't claw at me. There's the Leia kitty. Somebody was, like, making noise at the door. And her heart... Maybe that's her normal heart rate. Just felt her heart beating pretty quick. She doesn't like to be held. Her name's Princess Leia. She had a brother, Luke Skywalker, who he's no longer with us. Guess I'll let her out. I have 4 cats. I was thinking about selling NFTs. Just uploading an image of my cats and letting people buy the NFTs of them just for shits and giggles, but it could actually raise me a bunch of money. And I could create a scheme where I create an exit plan. I was trying to tell the proof guys that you need an exit plan. I think I put that in my note. Okay, I'm getting... That was wild. I hovered something, and on my big monitor, this... That's a strange looking creature right there. That looks like a big bacteria or something, right? That's wild. I mean, those are some old spirits, right? Or not, I don't know. Like, I guess the spirits are roughly the same generation as we are in terms of how long they've been evolving as these creatures. I don't know, but like, I think different creatures have different evolutionary ages, and these are actually pretty old. I don't know, are there spirits that kind of like persist across, I don't know, maybe it's a genetic system. Just looking at this, it's a manatee, right? Learn about this picture. Manatee. Enter a staring match with a curious manatee if you choose, but don't challenge these sea cows in a bull ... Where's those dots? Bulkiness contest. Oh. Despite their balloonish appearance. That whole teaser thing is, it's like, it was a little jumpy. I didn't like how it jumped up, because then I lost my place. But, yeah, don't do that. That's jarring. If there's anything that's like, you know, makes you feel like, whoa, that's bad. There should be like a downvote for any content thing. This is a good idea. Let me write this down. So I have a bunch of unfinished notes, I think. Yeah, the sound while recording. I still want to try and figure that out. So jumpy UX. Downvote anywhere. If something could be better, please let us know. I mean, isn't that a great attitude to have? Like, if you want to let me know about something that could be better, I'm not going to guarantee you I'm going to listen to you, but you can tell me. Should I give you my email address as Mike at Lou, as in Lewis, my last name. Mike. I'm trying to look for the right button to push to switch the right window, but like I can switch it in Windows, I can switch it in OBS. It's maddening. It's just exhausting. Yeah, I should write my email address with a capital L. Probably not like that, so probably like that. That looks better. Yep, that's my brand. Should just put that everywhere. Ask people to email me. Because then I get your email address. And we can start a conversation about something. Yep. I want everyone in the world to email me. Could I get that to happen? That is a good question, actually. It's possible. It's obviously possible. It's not actually that hard. If you could get 10% of the world to agree to email you something, I don't see why you couldn't get 20%. Like, why is there a limit to anything, right? Well, there are limits to certain things. It's more a limit to like what you can get done in a certain amount of time, and so that's what we're working on. Let me see if I can recover here from the last few minutes of craziness. This manatee popped into my face. I have major DPI issues. This jumps around so much, it's really annoying. I mean, I adjust it sometimes, but it adjusts itself sometimes. I have too many tabs. Projects I should be working on. Just tons of open windows that shouldn't be. Well, I could just close them all. I'm just going to close them all. Oh, was I talking about emailing or messaging? Where was that? Who are these guys? Where was that? Yeah, these guys. His, go to apply. And then I was wondering if it's possible if this could be a test. Like, first they tell you no, and then they see how you handle it. I call the guy a retard. Well, if they don't want to work with me because of that, then I guess that's up to them. But I'll find somebody to work with, and I'm not that hard to work with. But okay, so it said, didn't it say via Telegram? So Telegram has profiles. Who owns Telegram? Pavel Durov. Yeah, Signal. I don't know. I got somehow sidetracked by Signal. But I thought, yeah, okay. So this was the Russian one that I wouldn't trust. I'm not sure why people would trust the Russians. Don't seem like a particularly trustworthy. Well, they're communists and they're ruled by their dictator, right? Like, I guess we are too in a lot of ways. It's not like we're much better, but I wouldn't trust the U.S. government either. Yeah. These are the privacy specialists. Yeah, but I mean, end-to-end encryption. CIA level agencies. It's not trustworthy. But if you don't really have anything to hide, then like, yeah, it's not like anyone's gonna be able to hack you very easily. So that's kind of crazy. All right, can I send you a message without? I think I tried to do this once, and you have to get the app, and you have to like use your phone number or something. I don't remember, but I was just like, I click send again, and nothing happens. It's probably because. So if you look in the bottom left corner, can I zoom in on that? Nope, that's a browser thing that doesn't zoom. I could print screen. Oh no, I have to hover this. Click print screen. Then I can drag over that thing. Oh, my little drag to take a screenshot thing doesn't work so well right now. No? Oh, I think it worked. No, it doesn't look like it did. This is really annoying. Can you see what I'm doing? You can't see what I'm doing. So, you can see that it dims. God damn it. It's a little message in the bottom corner that I'm... You can't see my mouse hover cursor. It's like a crosshair right now, and I'm dragging a box right now over that TG resolve thing. There, I think I got it. Go to Figma. Where's my mouse? There it is. Please, can we get a start menu? And I don't know, where should I put this? Boom. And then we can K to scale, drag the corner. I hold shift just because I'm not sure if you have to. And that's why the link wasn't working, because I don't have Telegram installed. But I'm not going to install it, so you're lost, bucko. God, that's weird. Signal app. Moxie Marlin Spike. Is there a YouTube story about... I can just use the search tab and do video. Oh my... Holy shit. Okay. Completely missed this one.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan.
So I have this playing through my speakers, and I'm not sure if... I would assume that my microphone picks it up, and I can probably tell if I just hit play and sit back. Let me... I don't know if you guys can see this. Whoa, Windows. Can you see the... I can't... My screen's jumping around. Oh, you can! I see it. I can see that you can see the Windows UI. That's really cool. Not gonna lie, that's like a badass feature. It's layout, and it's quick and pretty easy. It sometimes gets a little wonky, and I've made mistakes with it. You generally just use the left or right. So if you're trying to go halvesies on like two things, it's pretty legit. We need more software like that. The fact that that exists somewhere but not everywhere is like, it's evident that it needs to be everywhere. But so what is going to happen? Are all of the software companies in the entire world going to start writing multi-column, interface code? Probably, but like, I guess the better question is like, why not just build the same system everywhere so that you don't have to... The development teams, there are millions of development teams around the world, and they all manage like web apps, and they all have to do authentication and databases and file systems and users and data and security and like a million software things, and it's absolute madness. And so when something new comes out, like multi-columns, it doesn't drag further than that. Why? This one can shrink. Maybe OBS has a minimum width. I never knew Windows apps. It's getting a little smaller there, but still like just crapping out. Let me see, I'll drag from the other side. Yep, minimum width. Interesting. If a window is highlighted, you can hold Windows key and tap left, and it'll go into place. Those little workflow hotkeys, like, man, it's, they're helpful. They let you go faster. They're not fun to learn and remember and figure out when you forget. What was I doing a second ago? Oh, I was going to try and be quiet so you can see these the baseline audio when I'm not talking.
Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Are those bars supposed to be in the yellow or the red? I think the yellow is good, right? And a little red on occasion is okay. But it's going to clip it if it goes above 0, which is sort of this like, we don't want your video to be too loud, don't blast our eardrums thing, right? Like you want to limit the maximum audio. And I guess you can abuse it and actually go into the red, make really loud audio if you want to like shock and awe. But I think maybe the -20 to -10 is the appropriate range. I was asking Google about it the other day, and it sounded like, yeah, the target maximum decibel level for some things is like -8. In fact, that actually looks like where the yellow is right now. And so maybe you generally want to be bouncing. You probably want to aim for being in the yellow. Like anywhere in the yellow is probably fine. If I had to guess, I don't know. So if you're bouncing, you know, if you're talking kind of quietly and it's bouncing in the green, then you probably need to go back and boost that. So that's interesting. And yeah, obviously you guys can hear. Let me hear this guy talk for a second.
We're gonna just sit here and talk for a long time, huh?
Yeah, we were started right now. We were started.
It has begun.
Yes.
It has become. I was wondering if he sounds gay, and I don't know. Let me see.
What was your question, though?
I was gonna ask, like, what if something comes up? Like what?
Like what?
You need to like pee or something.
Oh, you can totally do that. Yeah.
Is he flirting with him? I don't know. This is weird.
I would just pause and just run out and pee. That happens. Don't sweat it.
All right.
I want you to be comfortable. Have
right.
you ever done a podcast before?
First time.
Really?
First time.
So tell me where Signal came from. What was the impetus? How did it get started?
It's a long story.
It's okay. We got time. We got plenty of time.
Do they talk about the? I should watch this. I definitely will watch this. I don't know if I can deal with his potential gayness. I don't even know. Like, it wasn't that obvious, but
okay. Well, I think ultimately what we're trying to do is
the hair is weird. The name is weird. The change of name is weird. The voice tone is a little iffy, and just a lot of mixed signals there. Huh? So like, but he's a security guy and co-founder of the Signal Foundation. I mean, I don't know what all this is. So like, this is a crazy setup. I think he moved away from this. I think he's got the red curtain behind him again. I was just listening to the Jordan Peterson one that just came out, and not sure what this studio setup is. I'm sure hardcore Rogan fans know exactly what it is, but anyway, I've watched a lot of Joe Rogan stuff. I think I've seen this before, but like, I don't really remember when or why or where he went or whatever. It says 9 months ago, so it gives it a time frame. Okay, so security and well, the proof application. This is what's so crazy, is it unbelievable. It's my life. I mean, but it's seeming more and more like this is the default experience for people and during the afterlife. You like try and fail to become successful in real life, finally make it, stop caring. I don't know, like, not sure what happens. I'll let you know. But it's like, my failure is miserable, unbearable. I've sort of given up because I sort of had to. Like, I just didn't have anything left. And I'm trying to hold on and be, like, not a terrible person, but sometimes I just snap. And so it's kind of like, I mean, I'm not actually terrible person, but we could talk about my life if you want. I'm just not sure if I want to tell you. So I got some good ideas though. Can promise you, if you've watched this 2-hour-long stream, you'll know that I got some good ideas. But like, a lot of people have good ideas. It's not just good ideas that are going to make them worth a lot. Got to know the right people. So I'd like to meet billionaires, and I think I know how. Throwing cool parties, cool events, like private, conferences where you can buy tickets to things. And I'm sure there's a lot of people doing this, and there probably are a lot of tickets being sold to cool things. I don't know. Like, if you've ever paid $1,000 or more for a ticket for some sort of like thing, like find the false gurus. I mean, it doesn't mean they're false. All wrong or bad, but did you get your money back? I would guess there's a lot of these people. You probably get taken for one or two, or if you're optimistic, maybe more. But like, And you probably got to be optimistic to buy into one anyway. I've seen a bunch of them and thought about a couple of them, but all the internet marketing and there's so many. So that's kind of the game we're playing here, right? Like, who can be the best guru? I can't seem to make money with software. I've been studying UI design and development and stuff, and would like to make a Discord app. I refuse to get venture capital and putting together a presentation to, like, you know, a pitch deck, essentially. I don't have a good pitch, but the problem is that it's a really big idea, and it basically just merges all the things. Where's my WebOS channel here? Yeah, I need to merge these together. This one was more about just kind of the basic idea, and then this one was about the actual ad that I made a little video. By a little video, it was like a 25-minute video. It was just like this. It was like me just shooting the shit, speaking about the WebOS, telling people to join my mastermind. And now I'm running ads for it. I should check in on those ads. I'll do that in a second. But it said I got 145 clicks, which would have been 145 people who land on the landing page, which I could show you if I could find it, but that would take a long time. I need to have all these things. I gotta navigate my computer better. I gotta organize all these windows better. I should probably just keep the things open. Getting back to like a familiar workspace where you know, have all the things in the right place. I think that's really important, and that's kind of what Notion can do in a certain extent. Like, even on, you know, flip over to my big screen, even on this giant monitor, like, I can go full screen on, like, well, here, let's go, I guess let's just do a new note in here. I usually like to keep all my notes right in here. Let's just go full screen on this one. Okay, and then, so this is by default, not full width. Copy, paste, space, paste. Control Alt, Control C, Control V. That's usually how I would do it if I wanted some filler text. The problem is it wraps too well, I guess. If it were a different amount, then I don't feel like dealing with that. But anyway, I was trying to show that if this goes full width, oh baby, that's a little bit too wide, right? It's uncomfortable to try and jump from over here to all the way down to the next line way over here, and that thing flying out is kind of annoying. So what I've done is I've done these columns, and then I can Alt drag, then pull it to the side, but not too far to launch the thing. All right, so what it did is it kicked the text that was with it down, but I can just drag that back over. This is really upsetting me. Where is the thing? Where is the thing to push it out? Here, the menu button. I thought it was like one of those arrow buttons, but it's the menu button up here. Who would think to fix this bar, you have to come up here and click these 3 lines? Okay, so is my app any better? Not yet, but hopefully it will be. Can't make any promises though. So columns are cool, but these aren't like to drag and drop one of them, like to get the right cursor to drag and to select the right ones without it wigging out is really kind of nearly impossible. That's resizing it. Oh, there we go. If you get that cursor, I guess if it's, oh, maybe it's just this space up here. Wait, what? Why was it so hard before? Because I was trying to drag somewhere up here and I was just hovering the wrong spot. Whoop, not too high, but right above the text here. Looks pretty good. Okay, so not so hard. Oh, but if you get the actual text cursor, or at least select in the text area, it goes into the text selection mode. To get the one where you drag it, you have to be right in the right spot, I guess. Somewhere up here. Oh, no, somewhere right there. Right in between. That's crazy, man. How are you supposed to figure that out? Well, Notion's a $10 billion company. I got lots of money to figure those things out. Sometimes I put a divider so that I can just see the end of the line. And the reason for this is because, like, there's a lot of these times where you're not sure if this is in that or below that. So I would say it's below it. Let's see. If we put a div here, it just fills out the whole space. We're actually inside. I would have thought it was afterwards. Oh, I would have thought that was afterwards. Now if we go down here, we get that blue line. That's a nice, the blue line is kind of a nice thing. I'm not gonna lie, I like it. Okay, so this is inside. This is inside. Why is there a line after each one of these? Did I make those? Can I get rid of it? Can I delete? Whoa, that was unexpected. I pushed the delete key, which is like the reverse backspace key, and it pulled the text from over here. All right, I'm not even gonna try and figure this out. But I kind of want to. I've messed with this before. I've never had a line like this that I can't get rid of, so that makes me think like, I just kind of want to clean that up, and I can't, apparently. Backspace. Wait, what? It actually jumped up there. That's wild. You can click into it, which is what I was doing, and it just kept being there, but I couldn't get it to go away, and now it is, so I'm losing my mind. Backspace, enter, /div. I don't know if it automatically goes to the next line, but okay, it's properly getting rid of it. I think I can just alt drag this. Now it moved back down, so I'm gonna have to go in and clear that. Oops, clear that. Alt drag. Seems like it's making these extra lines on its own, like right there, and I can clear it. Okay. It's not really even that important, but it actually might be kind of annoying later, so I like to try and understand how the layouts are, like what's paired with what and where everything's going. But Notion is not the best layout tool. Figma's better, but not perfect. And it's really because it's got the right tools for most of what you need to do. At least you can fake a lot of things. It's like definitely a step in the right direction. But it doesn't allow you to do certain things. Oh, one of the things I was going to say is like the exporting of all of the layouts to HTML and CSS. A lot of I haven't tested it thoroughly, but I think there are definitely things that you can do in Figma that you can't really do, or not nearly as easily, with CSS. And I'm not sure what kind of CSS it generates and whether those layouts are robust, but I do know as a web developer, sometimes you have to use crazy JavaScript hacks to get things to work properly, and I'm not sure. I would just imagine that there's a lot of that same. I don't think you can seamlessly just export from Figma directly to the web and it just works perfectly on all device sizes. Like, there's no way that's the case. You have to use breakpoints and spend a lot of time resizing your browser. And so here, let me show you. Do I still have RDB open? Okay, so we pull this into its own window. There's other ways to do this, but this is kind of the most basic. You can't go too small with this. You usually don't actually want to. That's about the mobile width. Everything goes down to one column. So like where before everything is, there's 3 columns here, a title and 3 columns and a button after, kind of underneath all of them. Now when you resize, everything shuffles around, and so it'll scroll to a different position. Like, I think it's most evident. Is it at the top or bottom? I thought it did. A lot of times, yeah, so there we're kind of we were jumping around a little bit, weren't we at the, yeah. So anyway, I like the site. It looks pretty good. It's not perfect. Maybe I should, I've always thought there should be like a design critique service where you can like earn credits, and you can earn credits by just rating designs and identifying things that you think are off. And if you're right about those things, then you earn a coin. Like if you say like, oh, there's too much space here, tighten it up, and the general consensus is like, yeah, that should be closer, then like you'd earn a coin or something. And so now the problem with that is like there's no objective truth about how much space something should have. So I guess it's really about the things that are clearly off. Like definitely think that's too close over here. And it probably is. It could be give it some breathing room and make it look a little bit nicer. I'm not sure what pixel size this is. I could figure it out. Go into the developer tools. I know nobody's watching this, but I think at some point in the future, people, I don't know, might be interesting. If there were videos of Elon like streaming when he was younger, you know, working on stuff, like I don't know, I probably wouldn't watch them. I just don't have time for it. Like somebody'd make a summary of them, but they'd be there for people who were interested in like seeing the shit happening in real time. Some of these jumps like are because like when the line goes from, there's 2 lines of text here, and when you make it a little smaller, it has to wrap, and so then the layout changes. It gets the box grows from 2 lines to 3 lines, and so the whole website shifts down. But it's also, you know, getting smaller. So like, I think this bounce, you can see the logo jumps up and down because it's essentially like a bottom aligned layout where that logo is designed to float on top of this text. So no matter how big that gets, and like you can do some cool stuff. And so Control Shift C to inspect. Click on this, we get the paragraph. We can go in here, Control Copy, Control Paste, space, paste, space, paste. Boom, now it's a big paragraph. And you can delete elements. Like I could go in there and delete this thing. Like, oh, I don't like this. See ya. See ya. Sometimes it's actually useful. You can like get around websites trying to like block you from seeing something. Some of them are good at it, but sometimes you can get around little like iffy spots if you know web development. Mobile menus are kind of tricky. This one was particularly tricky. I still haven't really figured it out, but I wanted this header to be lower than the top of the page, so there's this little gap here. But then it made it way more complicated when it came to getting the scroll bar to line up properly. And that's too much text when you get too small. It runs up into the top area. So that's not a perfect layout. It's not like, you know, if you wanted to reuse this thing, well, really when the thing reaches the top, it could like then start growing, and it, you know, then this area still needs more space, and so like you could push all this stuff down. There's definitely ways to set these things up, but it gets tricky. And this is 340 pixels. I think some phones were like 320, weren't they? But I think most of them are more like 380. The old ones, and a lot of the newer ones get up to like 400 or whatever. It just gives you a little bit more room. If you have to worry about getting down like sub 300 pixels, I mean, I don't know if that's some sort of watch. Like, are people looking at websites on watches and want to be able to scroll through them or something? I mean, maybe tiny screens become popular and everyone makes watch-friendly sites. It wouldn't be fun because you also need to do mega layout. Where is... I should have hotkeys for my OBS. Oh, was I? No way, dude. Was I on the... I was on the Notion page that whole time. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. That was probably 15 minutes of me talking about... I was working on the other monitor. Maybe it was longer than that. I can't even remember the last time I was over here talking about these columns. But I was... Oh man, that sucks. So I was... Let me go through what I was just doing real quick. So I was resizing the browser. That was it. I found the RDB thing over there, and... anyway, so... This... I was showing how you can inspect websites with... Well, first I was doing this, talking about mobile websites and how they have to stack up. I deleted a bunch of elements. I deleted the logo in here. I'll refresh to bring it back. I was talking about when you resize the browser, it kind of like re-scrolls and jumps you to a different spot because it's kind of restacking everything. And so don't really want to go through all that again, but yeah, responsive web design and watches and stuff. If you inspect something, you can, I was shown that you can copy and paste text to change, like, well, you can just edit text, but make it grow, and you can delete things by right-clicking and deleting. So that's interesting, but not unless you're a web developer. If you're not a web developer, you might find those very brief little dips into technology interesting. It's something that you might have, wondered, how does this stuff work? And I certainly did, and I got into web development, but it seems like it's kind of a trap. It seems like life is rigged, and I'm not sure if that message is on brand for Bob's remodeling group. But I've struggled a lot with life, and I struggle with decisions like which tabs should I keep open. All right, I'll just refresh this to reset it. I'm going to minimize. I'm going to, this was the same. I sort of need to move both of these over, but how do I merge this window? Let's do this. How do I merge this window? Well, here, I'm going to Windows left key it and then get back over here to this one. The easiest way I can think, I don't think I can just take this whole window and drag it if I hold control. That's what it would do in Figma, to put it inside the other one. Can I click this and this? Shift click doesn't seem to work. Control shift click doesn't seem to work. I do think, can't you? Okay, so it has to be a group. Then we can put stuff in it, and then I can put this over here. That was weird. It like stole all these tabs automatically. Can you not have like, let's try and figure this out. I've never really, sometimes I go through workflows that are like, what's your body count? This was kind of a funny video. I think I'd seen this before, actually. I think both these people are pretty funny. I could say this for later. I don't know. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. I'm going to close this. I'm going to go into Notion. I'm going to bring Notion back over here. I'm going to make a new note. I'm going to title it body count and just paste this in and mention it. So if I'm in my notes and at some point I wanted to search for that idea, like if I'm looking for that video, I can find it. What was this one? Was this the one with all the columns? Yeah, okay. So I don't even remember what I was trying to tell you here. False gurus. Yeah, this was like all the internet marketing stuff. All the unbelievable stuff. Yeah, this is very personal to me. It's like, it's my struggle. We'll get it someday, Michael. That's what my dad would say. Don't worry, Michael, you'll do it someday. Or he'd say something encouraging. He usually is. Although he could be more helpful when it comes to my stuff. Yeah, there's some really high-tech stuff that is really crazy, like maddening, like the web software. I'm not crossing these off, but didn't I tell you about the check marks earlier in this video? It's hard to think things through, make good decisions, play chess. All right, let's jump back into Figma. Let me finish this thing real quick, because I was trying to show these layouts being either stretchy or not. And so this one's stretchy. And so then if you hit enter and you duplicate, they take up space, like they fill in the space, and kind of it redistributes the, you always want to make sure you have the right thing selected. If you like entered into it and you're selecting all these, you could, so it doesn't actually mean anything right now, so nothing changes, but if you try and drag the wrong thing, sometimes it has bad consequences. So you have to always know what you're dragging, and not like, don't be selecting all the children of the parent if you wanted to be selecting the parent. Like, it can make a big difference. Anyway, so we have these things, and now we can turn them sideways, and we can still enter in and adjust the size, and we can add and delete them. We can do something like this where they're we can enter and make a lot more of them if we wanted to. Oh, and I'm not selecting all of them. I'm selecting every other one now because that's the way it duplicated them. That's kind of weird. Shift enter to select the parent. I'm going to stretch this. Okay, they don't grow. I enter in, I go to the width and select fill. So now they'll all resize when I it's like, do you want to resize all of the children, or do you want to just resize the parent and set them to grow properly? Now you could like change that. You could set any one of these, instead of to fill, you could set it to fixed, and then all of them but one change. It's like a middle finger. Yeah, so we'll just delete that one, and we'll use these because I was trying to replicate this thing. We're going to delete this thing. No. Yeah, I guess. Let's just put this one in here. Hello? Huh? Ignore you? Yeah, we were going to put this in there. What was I doing, though? All right, so I want to lock this. If something's getting in your way like that, and it's just background and you don't need it, just lock it. And I was talking about the... Why was I trying to redo this layout? Like, I know I was fixing the... the spacing. Oh, I was going to maybe set this up as an auto layout. There's too many things here. I'd have to break it up into 2 columns, maybe. I haven't really done a 3-column one like that. I don't think it'd be so hard. Let's just... We could try and get it to wrap. There is a wrap feature on here. Ooh, that's kind of interesting. I actually kind of like that. Actually, I really like that. It's like a word cloud. I think these are all going to need to get... We need some more space. Let's see what kind of space we have. We want 1920 just for consistency, and not that it really matters, but it seems like a good idea sometimes. We could center this whole group, or like, yeah, so now right here, that means that the... Why is this snapping so awkwardly? What is it even snapping to? It's really weird. All right, there, the middle line is what we wanted. And I think we could just go 1080 on this. Why not? It's then becomes a slide template for presentation / video. Does look like my brother a little bit, and it looks kind of gay. Not two ideas you usually want to get combined into the same. Like, my brother never did anything weird to abuse me. I don't remember ever doing anything weird to abuse anyone, so hopefully I haven't, but you never know. My memory is pretty shit these days. I probably could have killed somebody or two without knowing about it. No, I'm joking. I don't think so, but you never know, right? Like, I've been drunk, blackout drunk before, not remembered. I think that looks pretty cool. It is. So if this were 2.0 full screen, it's big, and so this is like maybe a problem. This is the problem with designing in a small size, is like this is kind of like a business card size, and it's like a lot more digestible. When you go boom, well, can we go? We can sort of go. I think this play button goes full screen. It just gives this nasty border. I don't know how to get rid of it. And it's a pain in the butt. I think it's a control / or something. Oh, it disappeared though. I don't think it used to do that, because I used to fumble for all these keys to figure out how to. I don't know if I like this guy's beard. Victor, you're a little bit too big and in my face, not gonna lie. Oh shit, what? No, this is the wrong one. Why is this? It's only... This is the wrong one. How do I get out of here? I'm trapped. I'm trapped in full screen mode. Didn't I have something written down about that? Full screen mode. Let's see. Full screen mode. It could have been my paper notes. Maybe it was in a video. I'm pretty sure I was laughing about being trapped in full screen mode. That was kind of funny. You know, imagine if like you just can't figure out how to get out, and that's exactly what I'm doing here. But no, it's like it's more like how do I get back? I want to click the right area. I don't want to close Figma. I think I actually just closed this thing, but did I not have this selected? Maybe that's why when I click play, I didn't have the right slide selected. Okay, this is the one where we have more of this word cloud here, and it's still too big because it's not full screen. Okay, now it's still like scrolling by 1 pixel, and that might have something to do with this weird pixel that's getting displayed everywhere. So that's not a good sign for like the Electron app that they're probably using to build this into a real app. Because I kind of wanted to do that, but if it leaves a pixel border, that's kind of bullshit. Sounds a little gamey, like they didn't pay for the premium Electron package, and so it's like, what? How would that exist? And nobody's like, no, let's fix that. Let's not have that. That seems like not a good idea. It's not on the top. It's only on the left, right, and bottom. Ruined one of my little clips that I was trying to edit the other day. I mean, I think this is a pretty badass design. It needs more work. Like, it's not finished or whatever, but like the little bit of purple, like that's kind of the silhouette of his head, and I don't know, it's just pretty clean and simple. Like, it's not perfect necessarily. There's a lot of like you could remix this kind of same composition style. I could show you how I did that purple thing. It's like it's basically just this cutout image. It's kind of a cool idea because like, all right, let's see if I can figure this out. Let's first just take this, drag it up, Control Shift G to ungroup. Yeah, so we have this cutout here that is, his head was tilted even more to the side, and I rotated it. Anyway, maybe that's why it kind of looks like his shoulder is like tightened up or something. So maybe it's not a good idea to rotate him, but I don't know. I don't think it looks terrible. So let's just run with this. So it's basically, let's say we're to take a rectangle and make it red so you can see what's going on. I think the red wants to be on top, but I always forget. So we're just going to make an image mask, and I actually haven't done this since I got to the new mode. I think maybe right click, use as mask. Okay, so now we make, you know, the circle cropping is a little bit different. But essentially we can just make a gradient, and so that's kind of the thing. I think this is the gradient button, but when they change the UI, like this doesn't scream to me as gradient. I can kind of see it, but it's not like, oh yep, that's the one. And so here you would just, I think you can eyedropper the top and eyedropper the bottom. Okay, so I'm gonna make my kids watch this video, learn how to do graphic design. That'd be pretty painful, right? Make them watch a 3-hour-long video. I should clean those up and do like a graphic design tutorial, because like it's important to learn how to do that. By the way, we just lost Victor forever. Thankfully, we have a backup here. Layering, you know, you just send it in front, send it to back, send it to front, boom, 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 boom. Pretty easy stuff. Most programs have these things. I think to get this like that, you can do, you know, just some basic transforms, K tool to size it. And then, I mean, it really doesn't matter. Anywhere it goes is probably fine, but it's just sort of like the shadow that, you know, is being cast behind him, and it's like, it's a pretty badass shadow. I mean, it's a little flamboyant, or I don't know, it's like cosmic and mysterious in some ways. I just don't think being gay is a good idea. So, and it's just so like, I don't know, it might even be inevitable that for some people anyway, and it might become more accepted. I just don't really want to think about that happening, because I think all of the bad things about sex get worse when it's gay. I should write that down. All of the bad things about sex get worse when it's gay. So like dating, marriage, lube, fighting, children, rape, incest, parenting, and what else? How about social? I'm uncomfortable around gay people, I'm not gonna lie. I really just don't like it. Can't stand dealing with the whole, well, they're like little gay speaking machines, right? Like they create gay sounds. Gay people create gay sounds. All right, so where was I? All right, I could put my picture there. I mean, what do you think? Should I get? Am I on the wrong monitor again? No, I'm on the right monitor. Sheesh. So, should I try and upgrade my brand and do some like flashy designs and like, I'm Michael Lewis. I think that's what's required here because any attempt to like get help from anyone has been failing. So that kind of sucks because I don't really want to be a public figure. I don't want to go places and be recognized. Like, then I have to be like, I don't know, sober. That's probably the biggest reason, right? I don't like being around people when I'm high. Like, this is okay, like, because I don't think anyone's watching, and now if people were watching, it might be kind of weird. I mean, I have gotten a little bit, vibe at times that, when my wife comes in or whatever, then it's like maybe I shouldn't be streaming, but she'd have to get used to it if I went that way. I don't know if it's for me. I don't know if I want to do that. One of the more interesting things about becoming internet famous. I should just take notes for everything that I'm thinking because it's like, maybe not everything. I'm sure I've made a note about this before. Let's see, internet. Let's do an actual search because I don't think I might have named it internet famous. Everyone can be internet famous. Wait, what? What was that thing about Poppy? I saw something about this the other day. Yeah, so these crazy like internet stories, like I feel like there's just lots of them. I don't actually know her story, but these two people don't even look like the same person, to be honest with me. I mean, I suppose it does look a lot similar, and it could be the same person, but for whatever reason, from a different angle, it looks a lot different. Anyway, so so many ideas. This was just something about Notion layouts. I don't know what I started talking about that got me going on that note. Like, this is just what happens. I was talking about being internet famous, and so the idea here is that one, you get like 10K followers and you have a massive audience, lots of positive feedback, and that's kind of crazy, and that helps you get better, right? Like, I think you get 100K followers, 1 million followers, whatever. You might feel like a god, but nobody recognizes as you on the street. And that's not that nobody ever recognizes you. You probably do get recognized, like, I don't know, once a week, once a month, or whatever. Like, that's a good way to kind of judge your level of fame is, you know, if you get recognized, like, but it wouldn't be a regular, if you were getting recognized once a week, that's kind of a weird thing, because it'd be probably more on average once a week, like twice in April and 0 in May. Like a variable thing, depends on where you're going, how many people you're around, that kind of. Anywho, yeah, if you're walking around in like a baseball stadium and you're just passing like 1,000 people per second, or a subway station, or a city, or yeah, any busy place. So that's the thing about internet fame is, like, I could be well known by a lot of people. I would like to pull all my videos down once I get going, because there are a lot of embarrassing ones. And I don't actually like showing my dirty office. I wish I didn't have to. I've gotten to the point where I'd rather make a little bit better video by turning on the camera than just showing my screens. And I, don't really want to show my notes either, but it's like, I have to. I was hoping to be like badass myself, make some money, get a real life, like the good life. Like, what is the good life? I bet everyone would disagree about this, but what is the good life? What does it look like? This is a good question. Let's go have these windows left. Let's go. There's like the full screen button and then hide the drawer. And then forget this. We're going to new tab and let's look for good life. Images is, I think, what I was looking for. So the beach, copy image, paste image, editing images in Notion. Not a fun experience. Let's have this experience together. A good life, beach, good life, inner city, good life. Interesting. The good life, interesting looking brain. I'll just maybe leave it at that. Like, no need for more. I don't really see. Well, I would say parties, like vacations, traveling, luxury, right? What is there nothing about money in here? Like, get rich, have a really nice house, here's a nice vacation one. This is a tiny boat, but how about a yacht? Or cruises even are expensive, but they're pretty cool. Like, the good life, right? We all want the good life, but being free to do whatever you want. I mean, there's actually probably millions of Americans who are free, completely free to do whatever they want. But that doesn't necessarily mean they have a good life. So, is that the good life? Being in a living room I don't know. It's not terrible, but if you're with people you like. Okay, so how about big house? Big, nice, modern house. Capitals. Title case. Yeah, it's pretty badass, not gonna lie. This one's really big and has some pools. This one's a little bit too, like, I'm a tech superstar. Let's grab it though, why not? So I would say we just throw these into Figma. I'm gonna do this on the other screen for a second and then show you what I've got over there. So there's one, this one's more, so I would wait for, when you first click on it, it just puts the low resolution version there and it's a little blurry, and then a few seconds later when it downloads the high resolution version, it pops into, you can probably rewind that if you're watching this at some point in the future, it pops in as higher resolution, and you want to right click and copy image after the high resolution one pops in, otherwise you get the tiny preview image. So let me, well, I don't know if I can prove it here. Let's see how big this one is. Yeah, so the preview images are usually a lot smaller. And then when you zoom in on them, they get pixely. So you get the high resolution. Oh, you can't see, sorry. Whoa. Figma, please. Why? All right, so oh, I had it. See, this is the small one. Maybe copy on the. I just need to stream both of my monitors. That would be pretty cool. But then people would have to be watching both streams at the same time to get what I'm saying, which is probably not as cool. You'd have to actually have 2 screens for me to stream to and make it actually useful. But that'd actually be kind of cool if you saw me working from one monitor onto the next monitor. You'd be able to kind of like turn your head and follow along. But yeah, these this is like that. This is pretty nice aesthetic though. Like I think it's kind of calming. The black and white and grays is just very neutral, and the little bit of green in there is just. I think it's a really nice touch. That's what I would go for. It's like definitely as a vacation house. It's kind of like your sanctuary. I don't know, it might get a little boring being so black and white. You might get tired of it, but I do like the gray stone is very neutral. The greens, you know, and then these brown colors. Most of the brown colors are pretty neutral. You don't want to go with like all beige and brown and whatever. I think that it can get old. But if you have like these grays in between and the black, and I don't know if white would fit in there, but I think this is a pretty cool look. The flat roofs and like straight lines everywhere. I don't know. It looks very modern. I think it looks pretty nice and cool. It almost looks more like an office building than a home, though. But it is. I mean, it looks like a home. It's much more residential and kind of interesting. Could be AI generated, to be honest. Bob's image is. I'm spilling the beans on this one, Bob. Your homepage image is AI generated. It's kind of the same boxy look. This roof line is a little slanted, which is interesting. Anyway, so here are some big homes. What was I was looking for the good life, right? I was putting those images in Notion, actually. Yeah. So which one? I guess I'll pick... No, actually this one. Wait, we didn't look at this one. This one is actually probably the one I would choose. Out of these 3. I don't know, hard to say. Kind of like the slanted lines. It looks... Oh, does this look like it's going to trap snow? You want the snow to run off the edges, not like get funneled in towards your dining room. But it could be okay. I mean, I do like, it's kind of modern, the paneling, you know, I don't know if this is like sandstone or stucco and the stones. I don't know, there's so many materials and so much stuff going on. Finalizing a house design would be a nightmare for me. Like, I like the porch area. I think the outside spaces are so cool. It's like, who doesn't want to be outside more? And especially if it's attached to your frickin' house, so you're like 2 steps away from the outdoors. Like, outdoor spaces are just amazing. But you probably want a roof over it in case it's raining, so you can still use it. And then you probably want a screen around it so the bugs don't get you. My Uncle Tim and Aunt Debbie have screen porches, and they're nice. Okay, so where are we going? Nobody knows. Just talking about the good life. Let's get back to Notion. Well, why was I talking about the good life? There was something. Let's see if I can jog my memory by what was before it. Yeah, internet fame. Well, I think what I was thinking is, what does it look like? Well, so let's take that one here, copy as PNG, throw it back into, I guess we'll just go full here. Maybe full, no. Click the wrong button. This one. This is probably the best way to look at it, because it's like, what does your life look like? Well, if your life looks like this, you're probably doing pretty good. I can show you what the rest of my house looks like. We just had an addition put on. It looks pretty nice. It's not like massive, but it works, and it's keeping us alive right now, so that's good. Oh, my wife is really keeping us alive in more ways than one. Let me check on my ads real quick, and then I'll probably just sign off. Was there anything else? I was working on all kinds of stuff all over the place. Obviously, that's kind of what I do. And there was definitely, the nested messages. I was sort of just checking in on the ads. I was trying to make sense. I think I started this whole video with trying to make sense of the ads in the Google ad. I am, again, here we go, jumping around because let's give this thing a refresh. I think I kicked it out of activity. In fact, did it even say here? I wasn't 100% sure if it's active. Let's see if we can get a feel of whether it's even active, because and these all to have all the numbers shift from one thing to the next is maybe going to take a while. Holy shite. Alright, this is not good. I wanted to spend $50 and it spent $92. Well, that's awesome. Let's turn this thing off. We gotta go into the campaigns, ads, and pause. So, 1,000 clicks. Did anyone come into my Discord while I've been... I don't think so. Members? Nope, not a single one. It shows the more current ones at the top here. 13 days goes Namel. That is a big fat bummer. So thanks Google for taking my $92. That's basically the summary of all this bullshit here, right? All of my life's work has come down to Google stealing $92 from me. It's absolutely fucking crazy. At first I was kind of like, well, so maybe it's the landing video. This one, the long depressing one. Okay, so That's crazy, man. If that many people actually saw my shit and like just don't care, I mean, we're in trouble, because I think the message is rough, but I think it's something that I would at least be interested in. I don't think I could, well, there's a lot of things that I could have been interested in that like had a big price tag on it that I decided not to. But this is like free to join, and not a single person did, of 80,000 impressions. Sheesh. I don't even know what to think here. So Brazil gave me 37,000 impressions. Okay. Can I figure out what actually happened? So interactions, well, do we get the fall off? Okay. Only 400 views, it says. I'm not sure what it's actually counting. And so this is a pretty a much faster fall off curve. Where's that video? Let me see if I can get to it here. Okay, so Let me put this sound back through my speakers. There's no reason to blast it. Never really made a video entirely about the web OS, and so this is a rough go of it. I'm not ready to do this yet. There's a lot of stuff I would have to organize, but I do have a few images I can show you. So let's flip over here and zoom. So obviously I'm a little bit scatterbrained. This is my messy workspace. But do you have a better workspace? And is it actually better, or is it, I mean, like, if you knew, I mean, I feel like people who would know graphic design would kind of like empathize with just, I think there's a lot of really cool designs in here, and there's a lot of them, and they're a little bit messy, and that's, you know, it's hard to keep things organized, but I think there's more value here than lack of value. These were some logos I made. I've been kind of playing with the designs here. So by 30 seconds in, like, if you don't know what I'm talking about, like, I think you'd still have a decent idea of how this is going to go. But I guess people maybe are not interested at all in the rough content. I mean, clearly this retention curve is not great. Now, I think if the 3,000, well, here, let me see. One of the bigger kind of metrics here. Probably the biggest metric, the most important metric I have is the watch numbers on the other video. I thought I had it pulled up. Let me see. My videos. It's the long depressing one, this one. 53. Okay, so, well, let's click through here. No, we need analytics. Where are the analytics? There, maybe. Yeah. Wait, what did it say the total views were? $53. It was like 36 or 38 or something before. So, and that was when it had only spent $10. So it didn't really do a good job. This is the video on the second page. And so well, how many clicks did this say? This is really the big question of like, how scammy is this thing? Because I feel like if somebody's going to click on the ad and load the landing page and then not watch the video, that's crazy. So like, well, just unexpected, I guess. I wouldn't expect most people to do that. Unless they just changed their mind the second they clicked it, and once they saw it, they were just like, "No, this is like I don't want to deal with this." And maybe, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people who just kind of change their mind halfway through it because they don't want to get roped into something, and I guess that's understandable. But all right, so what were we doing here? We were trying to figure out. Oh yes, back to the. Let me throw this on the other screen. Minimize this. Go back over here. I wanted to figure out how many clicks. Didn't. I guess we're gonna hide the cost for a second. We want how many clicks? Oh, holy fuck. Alright, this is bullshit. 1,240 people clicking. And only so like, all right, let me explain how this works. This video, which is the ad video, which is now showing 180 views here. All right, so like I don't know, so I can't really edit this video down so well because it's streaming to YouTube. I could link to this spot, but like this is such a long drawn out video that like I don't know if it's a good idea to link 3 hours into this video. Now I could do it. I'd probably want to think through and prepare a little bit. If I were planning to email Google, and tell them that their ads suck and see if they'd give me a credit, that's what I should do. Well, so let me just kind of practice this bit first. It's basically this ad. When you click the ad, and apparently over 1,000 people clicked it, they go to this landing page. And in the ad, it's possible that 80 to 90% of those people misclicked the skip ad button. This must be what it is. Or 90% of clicks misclicks. No, not MSI clicks. This makes no sense, Google. A study found that only 1.7% of clicks lead to conversions. Obviously, this varies, suggesting that many clicks might be accidental, which is not what you just said, or for browsing, which doesn't make any sense, but not for conversions. I don't know what they're trying to say. maybe I shouldn't trust this so much. A lot of times it tells me something that makes sense, and I think, I want to believe it, but... So this is talking about banner ads, which are a little bit different than YouTube ads. Yeah, so I think maybe this is just built into their business model. They just say, like, well, sorry, like, we don't know if somebody tried to or didn't. Well, I think it's proof that, like, it's either, well, it's bullshit clicks, like, completely unintentional. So whether they're going to own up to it or not, maybe it's not worth the email to them. Maybe I just have to find a different, maybe I go to Facebook, or maybe I just clean up my bullshit and figure it out. I could record a little bit and try and email some digital agencies and be like, look, guys, this marketing shit is kind of fucked, and you guys should be better at this than I am. But, like, try and figure out what am I doing wrong, because there's no way... These numbers don't even make sense. Like, how are there 404 views, but 1,240 clicks? I don't know. So if I got, what was it, 12 or 14 new views on the video, I was going to try and see this engagement thing, not on this one, but on the second one, which was this one. Let's refresh this. It's probably going to just stay at 53 now, because the ad's done. All right. Here, audience retention. Average view duration, only 13 minutes. And wait. Alright, so this is broken. Like, there's no way. %. So a couple people watched the whole video, which is kind of crazy, right? I'm surprised somebody would watch the whole video and not click. But maybe this is bullshit number? I don't know. I don't think... I have a hard time believing they'd lie. But what is this? This is weird. One person jumped to the end? Maybe that's what happened. We'll see at 1 minute and 11 seconds.
And slow to adopt, and all the codes, and like you just have to. It's just a big like hierarchical like resistance, I guess. And this happens in any and so it's just kind of you are, unless you're like really into that field and know. And so it would be useful to know. And so the whole idea of a meritocracy where people are judged and evaluated and scored and represented kind of publicly based on their actual skill level is important, and we don't have that in academia right now. In fact, the whole college system is so broken. I'm not real familiar with it. I went to college, I graduated, I didn't do well. My GPA was shit. I hated it. I didn't go to class. I literally never went to class except for the one public speaking class where I was forced to attend, and like you'd fail if you had more than like 2 unexcused absences. It was crazy. But like I didn't get anything out of college. Like literally shouldn't have gone. It cost me, after all of the deferring of my interest, because I didn't have a job to pay for the, well, I didn't want to make my wife, like, tap into my wife's income, like I make her pay for my student loans as I'm being a bum, trying to make websites at home. Like, I wasn't making money, and so I just kept deferring my loans, like, I'm going to figure this out later. Like,
So, yeah, that's an interesting part. Anyway, kind of strange. I don't know what this means. Like, I don't see how come there's this number here twice and they're different? Average view duration. It's like, are these scoped differently, or are they just dumb and putting two different numbers in two different spots? I mean, it must just be calculated differently, but like, this is such a bad inconsistency. It's like, am I the one who's bad? I mean, it's not great. It could be better, but these systems are just so ridiculously bad. I don't understand it. I don't understand how this exists. So the watch time hours is the same there. That's good. We don't have to. Now I have to double check every number and be like, wait, have I seen this number before? What is it? How do I know it's even true? I guess that's what you should do, but like, average percentage viewed 16%. I'm not sure exactly how they calculate that, but with it being so long that if people only watched on average 13 minutes, that's it's not 21%. That's just how many people are still watching here, but it's what percentage of the hour and 22 minutes is 14 minutes? It's about 10%. Well, let's see. Hour and 22 minutes is like 82 minutes, right? So, what did I say? Oh, I was trying to look at this one. 13 minutes and 28 seconds. We'll say 13.5 divided by, we'll say 83 minutes, right? 60 plus 23, yeah. So that is the average percentage viewed. Okay, so I'm just trying to think if this makes sense. Like, I don't know how many people it's saying even viewed this. What was 55 since it was published? Okay, and this was all today, right? 41 to 55. Yeah, it was at 34 before I started the thing. I think maybe I got some of these. What? I'm not sure who these views are. I don't think these were all me. Anyway, it's kind of mysterious. Those 27 to 34 is 7 views, yeah. All right, but then 34 to 55, I think there was 38 or so after the I did a little correction on the ads, and then, but that was only after $10, and then it spent another $80 after I changed some things, and I got basically 13 views because of this landing page. So of all the people who landed here, only 13 watched enough of the video to count as a view, and I'm not actually sure how long that is, but I think it's a couple seconds. I don't think it's more than like 5 or 10 seconds. So how long is a view? How long do you need to watch for it to count as a view? 30 seconds. What? Okay. So maybe only 11 people made it 30 seconds into the video. Well, so the problem with this timeline here is that if there's only 13 people who watched, 15%, what is 1 out of 13? It's probably something like that. 1 divided by 13. It's possible 2 people watched the whole thing. And I sort of, well, I don't know. I did leave a little FU at the end of it. Let's watch that part because that's the good part.
idea. I think that inequality is okay and natural and good. Like, you want to have a tiered, wealth system where some people have less than other people, and you need to have incentives to try hard and to work hard. But I do think you can have a cushion for people to fall on. Can
I watch this on a real screen? Jeez.
Videos are feels like another one of these very fishy, it's rigged. It's like if you buy the employer, package, like you're allowed to like start a business and hire people. And if you're a guy like me trying to like make it on his own, like there's just this big foot of, God holding you back is what it feels like. I mean, I've hired people on Upwork and Fiverr, and you just piss away money and you don't get like, it's like it's decent quality, but it's not really, it's not going to make you the money back. And so then it's like, fuck, I gotta think this through and figure out how to actually make the money. And well, this is a long video, and I think the thought pops into my head as I'm recording this that like, hey, maybe someday somebody will watch this and be like, yeah, that was Michael Lewis in his struggling years, and wow, that's raw, and he's just laying it on the line, and we're getting inside his head, and what he's saying is true, and like maybe people could relate. But in all honesty, I'm gonna kill myself, and nobody's ever gonna watch this, and life sucks. So fuck you.
All right, so that's interesting. I was just thinking about it, and it's sort of like, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of pissed off, and if you can't handle me being grumpy sometimes, then we probably shouldn't work together, because I'm sure I'll be grumpy sometimes. It's not necessarily the best foot to put forward on the start of a relationship, but it is a good, if you watch this whole thing, like, it's a kind of crazy ending, and a lot of people, those 2 people who watched that were probably just taken aback and like, oh, wow. But so here's the thing. Is like, I obviously can't spend $90 to get 2 views. Because that's, well, I got, let's refresh this one. I really need to screenshot this. You can clearly see it, right? Let's control zoom to zoom in, 180 views. It was doing this earlier in the same video, I think. It was a lesser number, so this 180 seems to be like a number that was growing, so now it makes me think that it's actually linked into some sort of view count. And so why, when I refresh the page,
Okay, so
now it's at 2.2? Because it was at 5,000 or something earlier. YouTube's doing some funky business with the numbers here, so that's not cool. And these interactions are supposed to be legitimate, right? Like, if I paid for 3,650 views, well, so maybe the interaction is a shorter view time than the 30 seconds for this one. This one. This is the ad. I probably should ask Google what the heck's going on. I'll just write them an email maybe so they can respond to me and I have like a written bit. This is interesting. Is this 6 years ago? Oh, 18 years ago. 6 million views.
Upwork puts the world's best freelance talent right at our fingertips. We need...
Oh my god, this resolution.
Jessica Alba is here. Brad Paisley is coming up. Our next guest writes for the New York Times and Rolling Stone. He's written books on Marilyn Manson, Janet Jameson, and Motley Crue. His latest, The Game, details his journey into the secret world of pickup art.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but it's a little low resolution. Anyway, I should send them an email, figure it out. $90 is a lot for this. Another big failure for me. Let's go look at the PayPal account now. Don't even want to see, but it should be around 500 something. Can you see my... I'm going to do this on the other screen. Should I read my... I'm thinking my password letters. Can the aliens read my mind? Probably. If they can, then they're already inside the software. I think we want this. Now, PayPal's offering me a business loan. Maybe I should take it, but like, I don't know if I could get enough money to feel comfortable with the failure. Isn't that crazy? Like, if I could get $100,000 to try and start my mastermind community, try to spend another 100 at Google, it's like, ooh, it already feels uneasy. Like, I'm gonna run out of money just hemorrhaging hundreds of dollars. But $100 is actually not that much money when it comes to a business. Now, freelancer dollars is another thing. Is it's like I've spent lots of dollars at lots of times. Not like a ton of money, but I've thrown around $100 here or there. And, you know, you get what you pay for. You actually get some pretty good value, but like, and I've never really tried hiring somebody for a lot of money. Probably get some pretty good results, but the question is, can you make money with that? That's weird. The PayPal amount hasn't changed yet. So I don't think Google has updated that yet. So I don't know what to do. I was pretty sure this was going to work at some point. They're calling my bluff with some all-in gaslighting, right? Well, I mean, they've done the gaslighting. They've made this system that seems legit, but I can't imagine these are real people. Like, what the hell do I do? 90,000 impressions. 400 views, whatever the heck that means. Do those numbers just change? It's so frustrating, man. I should have looked at those numbers. Those give you actual numbers. Well, I could go watch the stream again, right? Click the live button, mute myself, maximize, go back in time. What does it say now? Let me pull this on a different screen. Well, maybe we go half and half. So I don't want to go full screen. I wish I could. What is this top chat? Get out of here, please. No, I just want to actually go to. I want to go to the page. How do I do it? How do I pop this out? How do I go to the link? Where's the streaming link? Oh my god. I can just go to YouTube, go to your videos, go to live, go to this one, click on this thing, videos, mute it so I don't have to listen to myself. There. Well, so what I wanted to do is I wanted this one to be over here and this one over here. Yeah, okay. So go back in time. 85.7. So the clicks went down. Guys. The impressions went up. The interactions went up. And the views went up, but the clicks went down? How does that make any sense? I'm sure if I write them an email, there's going to be some guy trying to explain to me why this makes perfect sense. Done this a million times on a million different places, and this is the bullshit of life. All the things that should be better, well, all the things that frustrate you that you think could be better, obviously they could. Life's not perfect, and so those things are naturally irritating because it often is standing in between you and getting something done. But the fact that, I feel like such a loser for not succeeding when these billion-dollar companies can't get some basic math done properly in a way that makes sense. And then, are there not thousands of people who are using this that are asking the same question, and then eventually they fix it and be like, oh yeah, sorry, that was the wrong code, we fixed it, whatever, fine. So I should write an email to Google. Should I do that on camera? Why the hell not? Get some help. God, I'm just going to go off on them. Contact us. Your numbers are changing in illogical ways. My number of clicks just went down after refreshing page. After refreshing. Why do you limit the number of frickin' characters for everything that happens? It's maybe it's so that they can have a fixed processing cost for these things or something. I have no idea, but you'd think that Google, making so much money, wouldn't care about that sort of a thing. Choose the best description. Yeah. I mean, oh, is it? Well, so it's possible that it's algorithm is detecting invalid clicks, is what this thing's saying, and that it could credit it. All right. I don't know what this means, this view here. This is stupid, but how about cost? So it went up. That was $92. It went up. Those were for the impressions or the clicks. No, I'm paying per click, right? If the clicks go down, how does the price go up? Oh my god, I clicked the wrong thing. How does cost go up but clicks goes down? It's so stupid. How do I actually contact you? Contact us. Clicks cost went up, clicks went down. Wait, what? I think it's this one. 704-159-6042. Fine. Chat. Oh, okay. Yeah. Me. Yeah. Today. 26th. Our support teams are available in the following hours. They should just link the word hours and have the word the. That confused me. Please provide a phone number. Fine. Have my number. The preferred time? Like, no, I'm sorry. They're just these. Those were. Oh, I have 3,000 letters here. Let's go, folks. All right, these numbers don't make any sense. I'm sure they get this a lot because, like, the cost went up, but the clicks went down. I mean, maybe it's just different costs per click, and like a whole bunch of expensive clicks, like, were recomputed, or like there were some new impressions and new clicks, but a lot of clicks were removed, and overall the clicks went down, but the cost per click went way up, and so I don't know. Like, are the 87K impressions actual ad views? The video, the YouTube ad video said 5,000 views earlier, now 2,000 views. This says 87,000 impressions and 4,000 interactions. The fuck does this mean? Like, seriously, this is so stupid. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Please try again later. Oh my god. It asked me 700 questions just to then fail at the end. Like, this is just... It's unbelievable. It's actually unbelievable. Can I link to this point in time? Sure can. If I click live and then let's go full screen with this. I want to get the time code at I want to get the time code at this point. Share. What? No way. There's not the at this time code thing? Let me find the syntax and see if they just didn't put that on live streams or something. Let's see here. This should be fun to watch. What?
Most men do not know how to do this.
It's got kind of a high-pitched voice. What if that was really a woman? Like, there are women who look like this now and sound like this, and he could be a she. Anyway, what was I doing? I was trying to figure out, alright, so if I put this to a certain
I often
time,
joke that I'm retired. Like,
big, and try and find the share button, and start at puts. Come on now. It used to just change when you scroll around.
In reality, it's just that I get to live my dream of being a full-time DJ.
What frames, if true, would lead?
It used to, when you'd scroll around, it would just put the time stamp in the browser, and that was kind of helpful sometimes. It would be kind of annoying. You can click here, and I think, yeah, so it just adds at t equals 350, so that's That's 5 times 60 plus 50. Yeah, 350. I was going to use my calculator, and then I was like, wait, I should probably be able to do this one in my head. I like going into the calculator, but alright, so, oh my god, that means if I wanted to complete this mission of what I set out to do a few seconds ago, it was something like take this live stream and add t equals some, how many, well, this is like 5 minutes. Let's just see if it loads it at the right time. Oh, it does. Okay, so an extra, oh, I even added the S for me. I messed it up. Smart little program there. Okay. Can we just do this with trial and error? I don't know if an extra 3 will fit. Let's just go a 9er on this first one and see how far we get. Or I could just do the math. God damn it. All right. So we want these are minus values. We want the positive values. Wait, what? Oh my god, what is going on here? If it doesn't, all right, I guess I can go from this end. This is bullshit, man. To find the right time code based on going backwards, this is just gonna make me get really angry. I might be able to figure it out, but let's just go this way. I'm gonna keep going here. No, that's too far. So what about like this? No? Alright. Thought that would be less. Alright, there we go. How about 13? So clearly, there we go. I wanted to get the submission of this goddamn form into my notes just so if I ever was thinking about how much Google sucks. Imagine trying to submit a help request for Google Ads and Google Bads. And it has way too many fields, takes way too long to fill out, and then says, sorry, please try later. It's not even an error message when trying to submit. It's like, it's instant, repeatable, feels really, really fishy, bad, terrible, waste of time, lack of confidence in the company and system that I'm already struggling with. So it's like, am I the loser here, folks? Like, I guess, but I mean, how are there so many successful people? How are there so many people who are figuring this shit out? How are there so many people allegedly seeing my videos and not feeling like helping me at all? It's probably because I have a bad attitude. But that, my friend, is not my fault. So we can work through my bad attitude and try and get somewhere useful in life. But I am who I am, and I don't know. I feel like feel like having a drink. Saturday, 5 o'clock. It's been a rough week. Posted a bunch of shit. Tried to push forward. It's really after like all of last week just being kind of stuck, not doing anything. Now all of this week was able to get through some things. Thanks to my little friends. And I was hopeful that, like, at least I kept thinking, like, well, rather than thinking this through endlessly, let's just get the first person in here. And I kept thinking, like, I should use the long, depressing one as the kind of the test to get in. I mean, it wasn't really a test, it was more just like an introduction, a very long, depressing one. And so it's probably a bad idea, but maybe I could have gotten a few people to join. But honestly, if nobody will join, and I mean, I'm going to change it. But like, if I can find some people who are willing to believe in me despite my drawbacks, then those are the kind of people I want around me, closest to me. And so, well, I know I can get my family to join, probably get some old friends to join, lean on people, pay people, build a little network to help me because I'm struggling. I am the struggle, I guess. I'm the dummy who can't tie his shoes, can't get to work, can't figure out how to make money, doesn't want to work, doesn't want to hold down a regular job. I'm really just kind of like bumming it as much, as much as I can. It's like, well, I do these little sprints. I've been streaming for coming up on 4 hours now. And when I'm in the zone, it's kind of like I'm spending 8 hours worth of juice in 4 hours. And so it's at least, so it's, I don't know if I'd say it feels like 8 hours worth of work, but I mean, I was moving. Watch the video again if you don't think I was working hard. My mind was spinning about as fast as it could, and we were putting ideas on paper, right? And that's God's work. It's important shit, because if I'm not going to do it, who else is going to do it, right? And I know it. But like, why do I have to throw up this Hail Mary pass to myself? It's crazy, man. Well, I could do all the things that I'm doing better. I know I could, and I want to, and I'm working on it. But there's a part of me that's just like, really? That's why I'm streaming this. Nobody's watching. I know it. I can go check. I should go check. But like, I know nobody's watching this. Well, I'm watching it. 1 viewer. Only 17 subscribers. You could be next. I don't know. Maybe it's better to just try and find people on YouTube to stay on YouTube. Maybe they screen ads for, like, you know, traffic loss. And so they're giving me fake ads. It's possible. Maybe that's why it took so long to get approved. Is that they're like, well, we don't want to lose people to Discord. We want people spending more time. People are on Discord. They're not on YouTube. Right? But like, I mean, that's crazy. Maybe they do play those games, or it's like any kind of content that, well, so we saw that play out on Twitter. I think Elon he like banned Substack ads, or posts rather. Like I think you could link them, but then he changed it so they wouldn't preview as big or prominently, because he didn't want people clicking off his site and people were jumping ship going to the other site. I tried Substack, and it was like, it's kind of cool for a minute, but I don't know, posting more shit on a different site. It's the same thing. It's like, it needs to be good, and it needs to be consistently good, and then you need to grow slowly, and you need to spend so much time over so many so much time over so many hours, I think there's a lot of good shit in my videos. That's why I made them. That's why I'm talking here. But I realize they're long and they're scatterbrained, but I don't know anyone who takes as many notes as I do about things. I know there's Notion superstars out there, and I was trying to advertise to them. In my advertising campaign, Figma, Notion, Discord, whatever, and Webflow, I think was the fourth one. Those were the topics I was advertising to. I did say English, didn't I? I did at one point, but sometimes when you set up these ads, you like ask the same question. You like have to set the thing up like 4 or 5 times to get it to like set up properly, and you answer those questions over and over and over again. And sometimes you can just miss something because you're going quick and you forgot to check that checkbox. So Google Bads, kind of terrible, right? To pay money and not be sure what's going on. Like you want to know exactly what's going on. Like these are guaranteed views. These are, people in your target range. Like, so I guess that's where the data comes in. That's what all that big data is about, right? Knowing the customer. KYC, know your customers. Really, like, if you want to make money, sell their data. If you know which phone they're using, you can sell that data. If you know what kind of food they like, or I don't know, can you sell that data? Maybe, but like a lot of things are kind of hit or miss. Like just because I like any kind of food doesn't mean I'm always gonna like it or want it or whatever. And who knows how accurate the data is, depends on how it was collected, depends on whether the company is wanting to share it and how much they would get for it. Those are all like, selling data, little bits of data like that are not as useful. I think a company like Google that can read your emails, know a lot about you, and then like they're the ones who are selling the ads and can do all this interest-based targeting. They know what you're searching for, and so they're able to target you. And that's actually probably it's not a bad thing. Like it helps advertisers connect with the right audience. The problem is when you spend so much money and you have no idea where it's going. You're probably overpaying. You're probably paying for misclicks. People are clicking skip and they're fat-fingered it and click next to it, or they're just like watching a video and an ad pops up and their arm, they're just eating food and drops some spaghetti on their phone and it clicks the thing. Like there's misclicks and I don't know. There's no way 1,000 people actually clicked because they wanted to see what I was talking about. I don't know. Maybe there's people who see the little bit that I start with and want to just cut to the chase and be like, where are we going with this? But the landing page is actually pretty decent. Okay, then they click the video, but there's only 13 new views. 1,000 clicks. 1,000 people clicked my ad. And only 13 people watched the video, which was sort of the only explanatory bit that was there. I mean, yeah, it's a Discord landing page. Certainly not 100% of people are going to watch the video. But you'd think at least like 10%. 120 views? Maybe that's a lot. Maybe 1%. I don't know. I think if the whole ad was about the well, let's go look at the retention curve for the ad video. I really need to get better at organizing these things. What if I could so there is this, what's Alt Tab do? Alt Tab? It's on my other monitor and it does bring up a massive list of, these probably are all the open windows, yeah. I should get better at using this. Alt Tab. It's a nice little UI, UX. Let's get rid of this guy. Holy shite. We don't need 2 calculators. Jordan Peterson, a whole bunch of... I'm just going to start closing shit. I shouldn't do this on... Well, here. Let me go big screen. I'm alt-tabbing. What are all these? Oh my god, we're just closing them. I gotta just, no, I just gotta get rid of these. What is this? What is this? Let's just close them. No, I need some. I don't want to close them all. Oh my god. It reminds me of what I was working on, and like, I'm definitely working on too much shit, but I think it might be in here. This is the video ad. How many views do you think this is going to change to when I refresh? Oh, it stayed the same. What do you know? So 2.2 thousand, 2,200 views, and oh, the analytics and the retention, because from the number of views and this engagement, oh, it's not available yet. Give me a break. Average view duration is only 1:51, but there are 13 watch hours, and on a 24-minute video, that means like at least 20 people watched it to the end, doesn't it? Half an hour is 0.5, 26 half hours. I don't know. That, to me, seems like there's 26 people that are curious about what I have to say. But they didn't click the link? Are they dumb? Well, it says there was over 1,000 link clicks. Well, so this means there's at least 26 who watched it to the end. I don't know, but only 13 watched that video and only 2 watched till the end. So they must have just kind of burned out with it. Maybe I lost them. They decided was not worth it. And this is the fun part, is that like I'm challenging people to see through that bullshit and to see me for who I am. And if they can't appreciate the things that I'm saying, then it's like, sorry, buddy, you're a dummy. Like, don't watch you. It's a pretty good test, actually, because like through the course of like throwing all this out there, people should realize that I'm smart enough and I got a lot of good things to say. And it's not all pure gold. Actually, both of those videos, the ad and the second one, are unedited. They're purely improvised, just like this. It's like me being real for hours on end. And so it's not like the best content you're ever going to see. Edited content is usually fake. It's either written out or whatever. And you get some water. I do kind of want to go get some cold beer. I know I have some beer in the van, but it might be, it's like leftover from vacation, and it's been in there in the hot and cold for like a couple weeks. Does beer go bad? Does warm beer go bad? What? Skunking effect. Don't cause. Cardboard-like flavors that diminish hop aromas. Yeah, I think it'd be fine, actually. I should go put the beer in the freezer. Most of them in the fridge, a couple in the freezer. Got some PBRs. I mean, I could restart the stream and go live. I mean, I've thought about just drinking beer with people on stream. And I used to drink beer and play Albion. But I don't know, streaming to Twitch like this and doing gaming, I don't know, I could do it. Maybe there's an audience out there. It's kind of trying to just get anyone at this point, but oh my god, I thought with some ads I could get like at least like a handful of people to join for free, folks. It's so bad. It's literally so bad. Well, I think it might be designed this way. So they're all sheeple that are tapped into the same spiritual riggery that I'm experiencing, and so they don't necessarily have a choice. Well, the fact that there's 26 people who watched the whole ad video means that, like, sticking it out for 26 people is 24 minutes. Sticking it out for 25-minute video. 25 minutes is not nothing. Like, I think that's a pretty good watch time, to be honest. Now, it hasn't processed the curve, and so 26 people out of 2,200 is that 1%? Let's see. 26 divided by 2200. 1%. 1.2% roughly. So 1% watched the whole video. Is that enough? I think it is. Well, what are these impressions and what are these views? Because, like, 2,200 is a lot different than 90,000. Figuring out what these things mean. Let's see if I can get back into that ad thing and resubmit that goddamn help form. That was some bullshit, guys. Like, seriously. This is all live streamed on your platform. Like, that's why I'm doing it. Jesus Christ, really? There's no chance they have some sort of profane. What if it's because of my WTF? They have a profanity filter. Like, a lot of these companies do stupid shit like that. Like, oh, if you talk to us like that, we're not gonna accept your message. Please be as detailed as possible. It doesn't work. Alright, I'm gonna Control C. Control A, Control C. Phone number, I can do, God, the start and end date, email address, company name, all this bullshit. Oh my God. Do I really risk the humility of trying to contact them again? OMG. Other. Next. Doesn't matter, but it's this one. Why does it dot the name with after 4 or 5 letters, like 6 letters? What the heck? Chat, less than 1 minute wait. Yeah, right. Alright. Yep, let's go. Oh, I didn't do that one. Maybe that was a problem. No. Oh. You should have seen it. It spun for a second. Did I do that before? I was actually like, oh, whoa, I think it's going to work. Please try again later. Google Ads support. Please try again later. I mean, this is like an anomaly, right? It's like not supposed to happen. Presumably, it's not happening to other people. Only happened to you because, like, my browser's up to date. Like, what else could be the problem? Their servers are having issues, probably, or maybe their live chat feature. I can switch it over to email. I have to redo all the things. Thanks for that. This is bad software, right? Oh, I didn't. It's spinning. It's spinning! It's still spinning! Oh my God. Typically within 1 day. Alright. Let's see if this changes. Take a mental snapshot. No, I think that's still the same because I paused it as it should be. Usually, after you pause it, sometimes it can still rack up some dollars because it takes a minute for it to, like, tell the servers to stop spending ads, and so you're still responsible for them because it ran them. So that's normal and understandable to a certain extent. Could be probably avoided by just having slightly faster servers, you dumb fucks. I mean, honestly, it's just a computer talking to another computer, right? Like, why does it take so long for it to start and stop its ads? It's so crazy, man. So crazy. They got quantum processors and shit. This is the game, okay? It's like somehow you buy a ticket to life on Earth, and people have played the game before, so it's kind of like iffy. It gets really like spiritually hazardous, and a lot of temptation and addiction, and the allure of success is the big gotcha by the balls, because you don't realize that it's fake and rigged, so you try to be successful, and then they just keep dragging you along and moving the targets and preventing your help requests from going through, so you have to jump through hoops. I mean, switching to email wasn't that hard, but it's just like, how much time did I spend clicking around and trying to fill out the damn form? And it's because I'm struggling to get this thing to work that should work, that's really confusing, that shouldn't be confusing, and I feel like a loser because I haven't succeeded yet. And yet, all the stuff that I try and do is like, I'm literally spending money to get people to at least give me a little bit of time for my idea. Well, and they have, I guess. It's just more to like believe in the idea. And so all I need to do is find somebody who's interested in Figma or Notion or whatever. How many people were in the US? Like, maybe it's a language thing. Do I have, let me flip over. Do I have insights? Okay, what insights do you have for me, Google? Nothing? What the fuck is this? I don't know. I don't know what this is. It's like this progress bar with some check boxes that are all three checked but not complete, and nothing at the end, and these aren't lined up properly. It's so bad. It makes me sick. I want to know the goddamn demographics. Where are the fucking demographics? How do I see audiences maybe? But like, do I define the audiences? Is this like the ideal that I've set up, or is this the actual locations? I mean, like, maybe they merged these both into a unified experience. Whoops, wrong button for control. Control to zoom. I am, guys. Oh, you can't go further out. So we, what kind of view is this? Like, what the fuck? Yep, that's good. All right, we're done. All right, so I thought I excluded India, but apparently it didn't work. I definitely did do it, but whatever. I mean, there was a map at one point, maybe in the overview, that showed. So here's it showing me this again. That it hasn't updated on the other thing. That's actually not a bad 10% for 30 seconds. It's not great, but like, I'm really just looking for one person. So like, if I can pump enough money in here to get enough of these people who are willing, but it's really like this 2% that watch the whole thing. Well, so earlier I estimated about 26 people watched the whole thing based on just the watch time alone. Now, would it be? It'd be less than that because that was based on the average watch time, and so not that many people actually finished it. So this 2% is actually higher than the 1% that I originally thought. So maybe one of those is a little bit off, but anyway. I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on here. I mean, in a way, like, what I'm doing is obvious, right? It's like the obvious conclusion based on my life. But also anyone who's used the internet or learned software, Notion or Figma or whatever. Like, if you know these tools, you know that what I'm talking about is, like, obvious, inevitable, and good. And why the world and the universe seem to be resisting this change so much is beyond me. It's like, I don't know. All the people seem to be spiritually avoidant of my... I mean, I have some negative energy, so I guess it's maybe somewhat understandable in that regard, but I would think there's some of them that could look through it. And I'm not sure if I want to change my angle. Maybe I should watch the... I'm going to go get the beer on ice, and then maybe I'll watch the ad video. Should I stop the stream, or should I keep it going? So here, I mean, generally speaking, it's probably a better idea to stop these things and give it a new title. I try to do that at times. The problem is creating a title that is like accurate of the entire like stream is like, I don't know what I'm going to talk about, and I can almost guarantee you I'm going to talk about all kinds of different bullshit. Putting a new title on it, starting a new video, doesn't really change that, like, at all. Also, if I use the same stream title, does it... I think it creates like a separate... Yeah, like, I'm looking at... Oh, I'll put it over here. Well, I probably should put it over on the other one. So I'm looking at this... well, it's a lot smaller for anyone trying to look at it, but we have a software problem. I have two little clips. This one's 10 seconds long. It's probably just messed something up with audio or something. Well, so these are looking for live callers to join me.
This of the web and
wait, what?
This of the web.
Wow, good job, Restream, you fucking idiots.
And software.
Look at that video quality. Oh my god. It's so bad. Here, let's put this on the other monitor so it's at least a little...
And I was gonna prepare this a little bit better, but I'm feeling kind of tired and not really sure if...
I don't know if you can tell, but my audio is so far out of sync, it's like 5 to 10 seconds, which is, for a streaming company, like completely unacceptable.
This is worth my time, because nobody watches these things, so...
It's gotta be, like, it's gotta be a joke, some kind of sick, twisted joke that I can post this much shit about, like, good ideas, and nobody, like, come on, algorithm, like, where you at, buddy?
I'm just gonna do it anyway, and share something, because I think this should be self-evident, and most smart people who use the internet will realize it. So, I was taking some notes the other day, and
yeah, this This is a little thing I like to talk about sometimes. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I don't just generally I feel like it's crazy how much I've posted and failed. I was thinking about restarting the stream. I do want to get the beer on the freezer so I can drink a cold one ASAP. So I'm gonna go do that. I guess I can just restart the stream with the same name. Like, what do I care? I don't need to stream. I don't need to stream me drinking a beer. I can check in on my web ads and stuff by myself. But I'd really like a community to hang out with and drink a beer with. People to be like, yeah, man, that's fucked up. Or, you're a loser. You should do something else with your life. Or, I don't know, maybe somebody else is like, I've been working on the same stuff. Let's fucking do it. 4 hours and 20 minutes. 20 something seconds. Signing off.